Last time on Madness Calls It Forth. After a lengthy sabbatical from both the church and our team, Father John returned with news of a miracle. Despite mixed reactions from some members of the team, Lexi, Selene, and Ami accompanied John back to his home to find that, impossibly, his wife and young daughter had been returned to life, all as if nothing had ever happened. John's wish turned reality quickly, went up in flames, just as it had many years before. But this launched the team into an investigation of the mysterious wish-fulfillment drug, candy. Diving headfirst into an exciting and deadly underworld of rifts, they unearthed a drug-fueled operation created to attract rifts to a magical furnace designed to strip their mythos essence entirely. Taking down the Rift of Gretel was only one small part of overthrowing the Cabal's larger operation. And now they may be the targets of some angry and even more dangerous rifts. We start with Ami in semi-darkness of her apartment. She enters from the front door and unravels a scarf and throws it over the back of her desk chair. She sits in the darkness behind a blank computer screen, and we hear her monologue begin as the screen fades to black.
When I was a little girl, my mother and father used to tell me, "You'll never get ahead in life if you live in a fairy tale, kid." What they'd hoped for, I think, was a daughter who would climb the social ladder, join the varsity sports, and be the top student at Remus Academy, all hail! Instead, they got me, a kid who'd rather have their nose shoved in a book or behind a computer screen, someone who would rather take the place of Merlin than King Arthur. Anyway, none of that matters except to say that the only person who's ever really, truly accepted me was my grandmother. She's the one who read the stories with me, asked me questions about who I wanted to be, and never once did she falter from my side. She would point out when the hero in the story never needed saving, or when the hero knew the struggle was over, and she always made a point to remind me that sometimes the heroics isn't even in the battle, but what they do after. She used to say things to me like, "There's something special about you, Ami. You've just got to go out there and figure out what your quest is. You got to see it for yourself." And then the accident happened. And everything changed. I moved a little bit faster that day, and I saved her until the EMT showed up. I could see her doing things before she even did them, and I could protect her from herself. I realized what really was happening within me, what my something special might be, wasn't just being eccentric and sitting behind a computer screen. It was truly something. And for a split second, I thought maybe I could make a difference. Be a big name, you know? I thought maybe I could be King Arthur. Maybe I could save lives and change the world. Anyway, again, so when all this stuff started changing in me, she was the first person I told. And she's still the only person I've told. But then this group of people shows up in my life, right? And they've all got something different too. And I'm thrown into these situations where, once again, I feel like I'm not able to do anything about anything. I mean, look at all this John stuff. It's a fucking mess. That day when he pulled his stunt and everything that's happened since then, all I can think about is how hard I've tried to make myself be part of this group, to try to fit in and try to be part of. I let myself really get attached to them. And when they're in danger, I feel the exact same way I do with my grandmother. Like, maybe one day I won't move fast enough to save them. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The point is, recently, I've been quickly realizing that maybe for some people it's not about having the power, but it's about having the fucking guts to give a shit and try anyway without it.
is great, times are changing. This is the end of everything, but it's hard to say goodbye.
Ami, in an eruption of bricks and glass, the front door to your apartment building is smashed to bits, while debris, smoke, and an aching ringing fill the air. You distinctly notice that your faster-than-human divinatory powers didn't warn you about this impending danger, and that sticks out to you. However, you don't have much time to consider this. You can see from the window a small group of individuals in golden robes assembled on the road outside. They've drawn powerful glowing shapes on the asphalt, and smoke is billowing up towards you. You swear you could see one of them look directly at you before beginning another incantation. Ami, how do you escape?
Okay, so she would immediately probably immediately without thinking grab the bag that she usually always wears, because she probably just dropped it right next to her. And then again, to some degree, attempt to call out to, and that's the only way I know how to say it, because I think Ami's only done it once before, in like kind of a kind of like gunshot prayer sort of thing. She would head to her bedroom for a fire escape, like knowing that it's there, but attempting to move as quickly as possible. So trying her best to call upon these like new things that she knows is happening to her, but like talking to it as if it's God and not knowing that it's not. Do you know what I mean? Does that sentence make sense?
Try to wrap it into one sentence. What are you trying to do?
Move using my speed, like in an attempt to like use some of my powers or like whatever it is that I've been gifted, and like calling out to whatever is there.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking it's kind of like a god thing, and if that doesn't work, then she would try something else. But her immediate reaction.
We are before rolls now, so narrate it however you like. What does this look like?
Okay, so you would literally see Ami probably snatch up her bag, throw it over her, and as she's running through, probably as quickly as she can move, like saying out loud, like, if you're ever gonna fucking help me, now would be a really great time. And like trying to like snatch like her cell phone off of her, you know what I mean? Like as she's running through, grabbing a couple of things here and there, and just literally
you hop over the fire escape and you like slide down the railing.
Yeah. She'd probably even like jump off of it to some degree, knowing that she would like risk a broken something to do that.
What do you land on? Where do you go?
So Ami's apartment is like kind of like a studio, like an art studio brownstone-ish thing. So there's like lots of big windows. One of those sides would be an alleyway. So there would be like all the trash cans and things like that, where people would like, trash trucks would like back their car or their trucks in and pick up the cans. So she would probably head that direction, like down that alleyway, heading towards the mayor, like trying to get to the bar as quickly as possible on foot. She would not probably attempt to get into her vehicle.
We see you as the world around you slows just a tiny bit down. You're able to avoid falling, flaming pieces of the apartment building and crashing giant chunks of stone as you vault through a window onto the trash and sprint down the street away. The very last thing we see before the screen fades to black is a young man busting in through the broken open front door. He looks through his hooded golden robes and picks up a necklace with a small bottle attached to it, puts it in his pocket, and walks away.
In
Good evening and welcome to TPK Roleplay for the 5th episode of Madness Calls It Forth, our City of Mist campaign based on Knights of Paynetown. Before we begin, this is a content warning. Knights of Paynetown is a dark, noir-style campaign written by Son of Oak Studio and deals with issues like violence, emotional trauma, death, suicide, among other disturbing themes. This particular episode has warnings for cult indoctrination, potential emotional manipulation, and death. And as is the nature with stories, this campaign has historical, religious, and contemporary allusions that some viewers might find disturbing. Please know that those of us around the virtual table have given our consent to explore these topics together as respectfully as we can. But if you, the viewer, should feel uncomfortable in any way, please make sure to step away, get some air, stretch your legs, and check in on us again later. For more information on mental health services available to you, use !get help in the chat. Tonight's episode is Cult of the God King. Okay, it's been about a month since our last episode, and in fact, in real life, it's been about 2. So, players, I like to know what your characters have been doing in the meantime. We did downtime and character growth off screen, so in overlay order, please tell us what your character has been doing in the past month and how this has affected them. We'll start with Luca.
Been taking some time, laying low, so to speak, really investing my time in just my personal passion charity projects and things like that with the various foundations. But mostly, I've been doing some yoga, drinking some tea, trying to heal up. Because mechanically I was very wrecked.
How do you think it looks when you reconnect with Excalibur after losing a bit of a connection with it?
I think I would have avoided it for a little while, insisting on making sure I was feeling as centered as I possibly could before even trying to reconnect with it. And it would probably be a very
narrate that scene of you connecting with it real quick.
Misty morning, thick with fog, towards the back of my estate. I would probably take it in my hand and just step down from the back veranda, or whatever you call a porch in a mansion like that.
It's rich. It has to have a fancier name.
Right. And I would just settle down onto the back stone and hold it, centering myself and thinking about all the good that I truly want to do for this city and the people in it, hoping that this weapon would allow me to do so. And I will just try and gently form it into a small dagger to start.
It resists your touch just a tiny bit, and then you feel it slowly warm up in your grasp, and you feel reconnected with that part of your soul, your mythos feels reconnected, and slowly but surely it forms into a dagger and holds solid. Next up we have Ami Ortelia. What have you been doing in your downtime?
So she has been continuing to spend a lot of her time kind of researching as much as she can her mythos, but not knowing that's what it is. So I would say she would be spending time like reading books and message boards and even probably like trying to talk to professors at the local university about old mythology, old cities, like asking about like Alexandria's library, like things like that, and like trying to get an understanding of like old ancient things, because she has no idea where this is all coming from, but feels it's like a
So we spoke
kind of
a little bit about what your actual specific connection with your mythos is. You're the one with the most mythos theme books of the group. And do you think you found an answer to what this mythos is coming from?
I would say after her run-in with Apollo in the last little bit, when she like met Apollo, kind of connected in the like fighting ring in that way, she would be, for herself, would be more focused on like Greek and Roman mythology. She would be like, okay, this is fucking weird, like, you know what I mean? She would be a lot more honed in on where and what is happening. I don't know if she fully, I mean, maybe, I guess if she was doing enough reading, if there was enough time, she would figure it out. But
That's entirely up to you, Chrissy.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like
Not
I feel
quite
like
yet.
I'm torn there. Yeah, because
Okay.
I don't know that she would be so honed in on that, as well as like also looking into like the libraries, lost cities of Atlantis, like all of these other things as well. She kind of feels like pulled in a bunch of different directions. So it might have been something that she like grabbed an ancient mythology book
And just
from a
something clicked.
library and something clicked, and she was like, oh shit, I gotta look into that more, but hasn't quite gotten there yet.
That's cool. So mechanically, you did give attention, and you were able to upgrade that particular theme. Do you want to describe what that felt like? What is that scene where she realizes she is tapped into a new power?
Okay, just kidding. So I would assume it would probably she has made a connection somewhere out there, like a message board or something, and somebody has directed her like, oh, buy this book from this bookstore. After getting it and reading it, there was probably a moment where she went to like probably toss the book and like was about to see where it was like gonna hit a lamp or do something disastrous, and she kind of like snatched it out of the air before it happened, and then opened the book and like very quickly read the bit about her mythos, which I can't remember his name. What is it?
Mercury.
Mercury, that's it. The one with the wings on the shoes. So like probably in that moment when she like moved really quickly intentionally for the first time, like intentionally made the action of like, oh, I'm going to do this kind of selfishly,
Okay.
like to not break my lamp or whatever.
Next up, we have Lexi. Lexi, what have you been doing in the past month or so?
Lexi has been kind of dealing with the holiday rush at the Mirror, but specifically, I think what we see is these cuts between some sort of holiday party. There's like, it's in the Mirror, all the tables have been pushed together, and people from around the block have like come in. And we see these interspersed shots of Lexi looking across the room at Selene and Ami and John, all kind of clustered together. And as we start to establish that, and we see Lexi looking over at them, it cuts back to Lexi sitting in her apartment, which is pretty Spartan, sparse, and she's typing apologies on a very old-looking computer again and again, and printing them out and crumpling them up and trying to write them on paper and crumpling them up. And the camera zooms in closer, and it's hard to tell who the focus of her attention is between the three of them. But clearly, Lexi is wrestling with an apology that she feels like she needs to make to one, multiple, maybe all of her companions.
Okay. And mechanically, what was this again?
Lexi has, because of the events of the previous episode, gotten in touch with her secret Payne.
Here we go.
Is that still secret, or should I say more?
Feel
about
free to
that
do
out
it
loud?
if you want to. I mean, we're a table that is comfortable with sharing secrets. So, if you want to explain it, feel free.
Yeah. So.
Or at least if you want to
Lexi's-
narrate what that moment looks like when she connects with that inner part of herself.
I think I'm gonna save the moment potentially for later. But
That's fine.
Her secret pain is. I'm probably getting the words wrong, but I cannot make up for all of the harm, the awful things that I've done in my past.
I guess last but not least, we have John. What have you been doing in the downtime?
So 2 months ago, John had taken a bit of a hiatus from the church. I think as of last month, he's slowly coming back. He hasn't taken over full time like he used to, but he's been like helping out with like organizing events and like doing kind of the smaller roles around. Unfortunately, I think he also would have encountered, spoiler for people that didn't see the end of last time, Martha in the state of her mythos having been drained or taken from her or something like that. But she's clearly in the situation that he's seen other people in, so he's kind of feeling a bit of a punch in the gut because he thought leaving and just getting away from everyone would spare everyone more pain, but it seemed to only just make things worse for everyone, even people he didn't consider. So he's been trying to kind of help her and try to see if he can do anything to, take care of her as much as he can. But otherwise, it's a lot of him kind of being around, trying to get back into his normal life and trying to make apologies where he can and trying to let himself try to be better as opposed to running away from it.
Mechanically, what are you doing here?
This was him getting in touch with his mythos. He's trying to understand why he's suffering, why he's been suffering.
Gotcha.
And I think it's realizing that he is dealing with suffering not just from what he's experienced, but he's kind of dealing with it from what he's kind of caused for other people as well.
Gotcha. To set the scene for the beginning of this episode, it is early December. The usual city downfall of pouring rain has instead turned to harsh, cold sleet. Coming down in buckets, it is freezing on the streets, and in the middle of an ordinary, normal day, Lexi, Ami bursts into the mirror and crashes into the bar. What do you do?
Greetings. Is everything okay?
No, not at all. My apartment was just blown up. I got out. There was a group of people in hooded robes. I think there was gold somewhere. I didn't recognize anybody. I didn't see anybody's face. I ran very fast in the opposite direction. I didn't take anything. Left everything there, which I'm beginning to kind of regret because there's a lot of things in that apartment that are expensive.
Deep breaths, and Lexi's actually gonna go pour you a shot of like a liqueur, not like something hard, but like something on the off chance that you seem like you're in shock. To be like, take some deep breaths. Have you called anybody about this? Fire department, anyone?
Nope.
Okay.
Ran away. Quickly. Very quickly.
That was a good choice. I'm going to call the fire department, okay?
And she will take the shot and then reach for the bottle. Just in case. If you give it to her, she will reach for it.
Well, I assume Lexi has gone off to dial the phone, so...
Yes, it's a corded phone, so she has to go around the corner.
I had a theory.
Lexi is also going to, she gets off the phone with the fire department, and then she kind of bobs her head side to side, and she dials the number that she has for the Ortelias to let them know that Ami is safe.
Understood. They're obviously very concerned. And they ask, where is Ami now?
She is with me, and we are at my business. I don't know how much longer she's going to stay here, but it seems like she had quite a shock.
Can you put her on the phone?
I'll have her call you in just a couple minutes, okay?
Oh, gods. Okay. And you hang up the phone with very frantic parents on the other end of the line.
Have you told your folks anything? I think you should give them a call.
Yeah, I probably should. Yep. And then she'll get up with the bottle.
I let them know that you were here. I didn't want to put you on the phone if you weren't ready, but I don't know how fast news travels. They're probably going to say it was a gas leak or something, so I just said I didn't know.
Yeah. Yep. And she'll just nod and walk over to I'm assuming that there's booths and stuff. So she'll grab one and put the bottle on the table and dial her parents.
As that scene fades, when is the next time the four of you all get back together again? And where are you?
I mean, I would just hope
Lexi
that...
send out the quote-unquote bat signal?
Yeah.
That's up to you. I don't want to narrate how you handle this situation, but feel free to...
No, I'm asking Lexi, yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm asking.
The next as Ami's probably on the phone with her folks, then as Ami's on the phone with her folks, Lexi is texting everybody very slowly on her
T9 cell phone.
Yes, it is T9.
Yeah, I think in that case, as soon as John
if you guys
hears...
are letting us know, I would make my way to the mayor.
Same.
And so 20 minutes later, the four of you are once again together in the mirror. Ami has a bag of random things that she has been able to grab on her way out of the house. And she is... Have you asked your parents to come, or are they staying at home or staying away?
To be fair, I probably would have asked them and told them as well that it was probably a gas leak, nothing to worry about. You know me, silly me, left the oven on, making pizza rolls. Such a dummy.
They yell at you for at least 10 minutes about living alone and not being safe, and you should find yourself a man and
get married.
And after that lengthy battle, you do hear back from the fire department that they do believe it was a gas leak.
Silly me. Insurance isn't gonna cover that.
But what you do realize, you go to grab the bottle once again and find that there is in fact a red thread wrapped around the top of the bottle and leading out the back door of the mirror.
Okay, yeah. So, she will, of course, follow it, but will probably pluck it a couple of times to see if it's like real. Like, am I fucking imagining this? Is this something made up in my mind?
Nope. In fact, who's the next person who sees it?
She's just plucking at it. I will look over.
Just maybe this is like PTSD talking, but maybe this is gonna catch us all on fire, so maybe just one of us inspect it. That way, maybe just one of us dies?
Yeah, let me do it. I haven't died yet.
I was about to suggest the same, Father.
Father John, you follow the red thread. It weaves around the mirror, through the back door, into the alleyway, up a fire escape, and on the rooftop of the building the mirror is situated in, you see what looks like an apparition. A woman in dark but luxurious robes. And she's waiting for you. She has the ball of thread in her hands.
Hey. Were you looking for me, or did you want someone else that you wanted to talk to? Who the hell are you? Let's start there.
Who the hell am I?
That was the question.
Some people call me Ariadne.
Sorry. Do some people call you something else that I might recognize?
My apologies, my accent. Ariadne. I have sensed something happening in the city.
No. Take your pick. There's a few things going on.
And I felt your friend Ami might need assistance.
And you can offer that assistance?
Well, I can point you in the right direction. I can lead my thread through the labyrinth, as they say.
Okay, so this is an actual... So where exactly is this thread leading to?
I wish I could tell you that, John.
Do you want to come downstairs? We got places to sit. It's a little chilly up here.
She follows you, John, back down the fire escape and into the mirror, where the four of you see exactly as John did, a woman who looks almost like an apparition.
Hey, I found a ghost.
You have a talent for that.
A talent?
Oh, wow.
I think she means me. You ain't the first person. Anyways, so apparently our new friend here said that she has some kind of insight or a clue as to where we're going and what we're dealing with. I'm sorry, your name again, Miss?
Ariadne.
Ariadne. All right.
You see, I've been following the threads of fate, and it seems that someone is trying to, well, cause mayhem in the city. And it's something I think you should.
Successful.
It's something I think you should investigate. I can't lead you all the way there, but I can give you somewhere to begin.
Yes, can you tell us where the threads lead?
Professor Gregory Clay at the City University. He is looking for individuals to join a certain organization that I think might be the cause of Ami's most recent issues. I know this is a hard quest, even for Athenian heroes such as yourselves. But I think it best if you were to infiltrate this organization. You'll learn quite a bit more about how this city works and what really is going on in the underworld. Unfortunately, that does mean that Ami probably should not partake. But you'll need all the assistance you can help.
Being known among the city's residents, I think I would be recognized.
I guess no one would really know me unless they come to church. So, and if it keeps Ami out of the limelight, then I sure as hell am going to do it. So let's point me to where I need to go.
Lexi.
Where would the unbreakable object be without the unstoppable force?
Hey. And I fist bump you.
Yeah, 100%. Yes. Is there any way that we can get in touch with you if things keep going the way they're going?
That might be...
thread we can tug?
That might be difficult. You see, this particular organization is using astrology and other mystical forms of divinatory powers to track you, especially Ami. You stole something of theirs, it seems, and they want to get it back. Or they already have, but they are looking for your head. I warn you that using your powers may bring you under their attention once again. I would be very careful. I can leave you this. And she'll pull out a scarf made of red yarn. In times of need, it'll be useful.
All right.
Now remember, heroes, they will know where you are before you even know where you're going. Be careful. And try your best not to give up your true identities until you know everything you must about this organization. I can tell you it will not be easy.
Yeah, it never seems to be easy, so I think we're kind of used to it.
There is. I thank you for your help.
Oh, one more thing. Ami, that bookstore you found the rather interesting book from, she'll hand you a bookmark for Valérien's Curiosities and Oddities, a very obscure bookstore that you found a very interesting and important book at. And she'll just say, you might find some assistance here if you need it. And with that, she fades and disappears.
That just really happened?
The whole there's chaos happening in the city would have been a lot more useful like 4-5 months ago.
Yeah. Ugh.
Now,
If I ever get mystical like that, slap me across the face. I'm begging you.
if you get mystical like that, won't you be a ghost and we wouldn't be able to?
Maybe not specifically like that, but if you start spouting out prophecy and stuff, I'll give you a good one. No, I don't hit women. I changed my mind. The point is, so is it this cult that we're infiltrating then? There's these golden robed dudes?
It would seem that this Professor Gregory is somehow associated with this cult of divination or something. some sort of mysticism. I guess you'll get to find out firsthand.
Did
I
we
would
ask
say
her
take
her
that
name?
scarf with you.
She said her name was Ariadne.
Ariadne.
I'm going to
Thank you.
text Graham and ask him what classes he was in, or I'm gonna look for like anything I have of like Graham's class enrollment list, if I can find the professors on there.
So are you messaging Graham, or are you...
I'm gonna try to find it on my own first, and then message Graham if I don't.
Okay. If you're looking at the university website, you can find Professor Gregory Clay. He is a professor of philosophy and antiquity.
Can I say that John has started looking this up on his brand new state-of-the-art latest iPhone model?
Does John know how to use the most recent iPhone model?
He's got the basics down. He knows how to do the Googles and text people.
Knows how to use the Google box.
Yeah. And if Ami kind of shoots him a side eye at seeing what he's got, he's just kind of like smiles and shrugs.
Ami will. So she grabbed her bag, which has like her laptop. You know what I mean? Like it has like some of her stuff in it. So she would have happily allowed you guys to just use that as well. Probably not trying to be as sneaky as she normally is. So like I imagine her like using like a Tor browser, like an onion thing where like it bounces out from all sorts of different spots, where she probably was just like, yeah, let's just like not bother to try to do normal Ami stuff, and like I'll let you guys put viruses on my computer if you want. Like that sort of, just like you can just take it and do whatever you want with it. I don't want that right now. So you don't have to necessarily like use it. You guys can use all of her tech stuff. She still has most of it. She grabbed that as she ran out.
No, it's okay. I'm running a VPN. You know, one of the podcasts I listened to was talking about it, so I'm running it through this. I think we should be good there.
Is this the real character arc of Father John, just becoming technologically savvy?
One would assume that Ami has some VMware that she's booting up on her machine that is like actually running Windows and like be the fake computer that she'd be running from.
Anyone who wants to investigate the professor, feel free to roll investigate for me.
Ami's going to do that mostly because she had been emailing various professors about mythology and stuff. Is it likely that she would have already had an experience with this professor?
Interesting question. Give me one sec. I'd say probably. He may not have had the time to give you a full information, or full... give you like a whole lot of time, because he has other more pressing needs. But we can say that you happen to know a little bit about him. But I still would want you to roll investigate for me.
John got a 13.
Damn, look at you go.
Ami got a 10.
Lexi got a 10.
And did any of you use any of your Mythos powers in that, or just your Logos powers?
Just Logos.
I used the crew power tag, catch overlooked details.
Sounds good.
Same.
I just used my Logos tags. Computers, free thinker.
Cool. On investigate, when you succeed, on a hit you get clues equal to power. Spend your clues 1-to-1 to ask the MC a question, but a subject of your investigation, and to ask another player a relevant question about their character. Ask away, friends.
Okay, I'll start with one, which is basically, I'm curious if this professor is like ultra popular at this college. Is this like a rising star at the city university?
He is a little older, so he is definitely respectable and well respected within the community. He has several papers about various interesting topics, including some kind of unorthodox ideas, but he is definitely a professor who has been at the university for a while. In fact, he volunteers in several capacities at the school. If you want to do some hacking stuff on that, Ami, feel free to. I can give you more information.
If people are cool with it, I'll just spend my other question to ask: what are the other capacities in which he volunteers?
Sounds good to me. You can find some pretty easy information. Well, not particularly easy, but you find a little bit of information that he runs a philosophy club at the Mu Omicron house. There's not much information about their meeting times or their specifics of what they talk about, but you do know he runs a philosophy club.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was going to do. I was going to see if there was like any kind of extracurricular, non-school related things that he does. I don't know if that like would involve stalking him on social medias and whatnot.
Okay, if you want to look into that, I will tell you. I'll tell you that he actually also runs some spiritual retreats for both students and for groups of individuals in the community. So it's kind of one of those groups where you go out to the woods and you commune with nature and you learn about your spiritual connection.
And are there anything like that that's happening relatively soonish?
No, I don't think so. I think, especially because it's the middle of winter, unlikely.
Jim, could I'm not doing any hacking on the computer or anything like that. However, I do have contacts in every neighborhood, family, friends in high places, as well as a very cushy bank account to lubricate any closed doors, to try and find out what who knows anything about this person and the best way to perhaps become involved with them, since I doubt just showing up to his office at the university and saying we would like to join your cult probably won't go over very well. So I was hoping I could investigate that to try and find out the best way for my friends to.
You know what? I will use Father John's question to answer this question for you.
Okay.
All of his lectures on philosophy are open to the public, and so you're welcome to come to his lectures or to come speak to him in person.
Okay.
Ami is going to hack the dank web. No, I'm just kidding. That was a good sentence to say, though. But she's not going to actually focus on him. She is going to go for the philosophy department's secretary.
Okay.
And she is going to try to get his schedule and his whereabouts in a way where if the secretary is emailing oh, he'll be out of the office for A, B, C, or D reason, or if there's a Microsoft calendar, a Google calendar, if you shall, trying to get in there and see where he will be and when his lectures are, when he meets with the philosophy club, all of that sort of stuff.
Okay. I don't have specifics of this, but you do learn his schedule when his public lectures are, when his private lectures are, when his office hours are, and the next few meetings of the Philosophy Club.
I will relay all of that to my compatriots, and then say I'm happy to also try his personal stuff. My fear with that is our friend said not to.
Not to what?
Not to do things that I normally do, because they'll figure it out.
She said to be careful of using your powers.
Yeah. That.
Is your hacking not something that's Logos?
I think so. It is my Logos, but I think to some degree, Ami has intertwined the two to a point where she is not sure.
Well, to be fair, you've already hacked into his personal assistant's computer.
Correct, but she feels
Do
like
you have-
that's morally gray rather than just full-fledged. I'm just going for the gold here.
Okay, well, you tell me what you want to do. Any last questions before we end this scene?
Oh, I'm just curious for my own knowledge. Is Graham enrolled in one of these classes?
How do you get that information?
I mean, theoretically, eventually getting his, schedule or Ross, class list or whatever is, currently enrolled credits.
From Graham or from elsewhere?
From...
Why would the two answers be different?
Are you hacking into the school to get his roster? Do you already know this information?
I pay for his college education. I probably have the login to do the billing.
And check grades.
And check his grades, exactly.
If you think that's... Okay, that's fine. Is Graham in this? I'll say yes. He is listed as a student in one of the philosophy classes.
I regret asking, but that makes sense. Let's go.
I just need to I need to know how you're doing things so I can better answer your questions.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay?
So, are we going to be joining a philosophy club? Because if that's going to happen, I'm not going to fit in as a college student. Unless you got some hair dye back there and we can fix up this and maybe some makeup to fix up this. And
I mean, a lot of his lectures accept multiple audiences. I don't think you have to be a student to attend.
I think we start with the public lectures. That makes the most sense to me. Show up separate. Maybe show up partway through. Or, not right on time.
Definitely separately.
Yeah.
Well, the scene fades and we open back up on a lecture hall. You sneak in and take a seat at the back of the lecture hall. Across the crowd of listeners, a burly, bearded man on his podium is captivating his audience with his profound, poignant questions. Behind him on the board, there are symbols and diagrams, and the word transformation ? Encircled many, many times. You slowly begin to heed his words. So it is possible for us, then, to go through the same process, let go of all the noise and the contaminants, and become what we are in essence? The ancients thought so, and they left us these specific instructions, as he continues his theories and his lecturing. You experience his lecture on the history and the philosophy of the alchemists. The idea of stripping away something at its basis essence and creating something new, whether that be gold or even the philosopher's stone. The way he talks, it seems he believes that the alchemists were doing more than just physical changes but in fact found a way to transform a human soul.
Along any points that get very metaphysical in a way that sounds like rifts, Lexi is going to chance a glance over at John.
John, who's wearing like a tweed blazer and like a denim shirt underneath, wearing jeans. I don't go out much. Sue me.
For that point, John, you are also not the only older individuals here. There's several adults of very different ages. There's some college students that seem enthralled by his ideas. And let's see who else you see there. You see a tall woman with white hair who is scribbling furiously, very quickly in her notebook. You see a thick, bespectacled librarian. She is wearing a huge, fluffy pink sweater, and she has several books, library books that she has open on her desk. And then one shorter man carefully highlighting and underlining in a textbook in front of him as he listens along.
So we're actually like in a lecture hall, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
There's more than that, but there's lots of people that are here that are various ages. And with that, he finishes up his lecture and calls it into classes. People start shuffling up and getting out, and they pack their bags and wander out of the lecture hall, some faster or slower than others. So who actually got there? Is it just Lexi and John?
I would think so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were the designated infiltrators.
Okay. What do you do?
So that was interesting. Should we talk to him? Or... He seems like the kind of fellow who likes to talk a lot, so I'm sure any kind of people coming up showing interest, he might spill a little.
You do that. I might talk to some of the people I saw taking notes who aren't going here. Do you mind?
But where'd a cat come from? Yeah, okay, I'll go.
A cat
I'll go.
walks through the lecture hall and out into the hallway. It's canon now.
University cats.
Oh no, maybe you shouldn't trust them.
And just to verify, the guy that was talking was Professor Clay, right? With the big
Correct.
beard and everything? Okay.
Professor Gregory Clay lecturing on the history of alchemy.
All right. Yeah, I guess John will go down. Are there like other people talking to him, or?
He's packing up his supplies, and he'll talk to his teacher's assistant and whatnot, or grad fellow. But he's available to talk to if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll go up to him. Professor Clay?
Yes, that's my name. What can I do for you?
Hi. I just wanted to say, first time coming to one of your lectures here, I gotta say it was quite eye-opening. It was very interesting to hear your thoughts and beliefs on specifically the human soul and like the changes we could go through. It's riveting stuff.
It means a lot to hear you say it. It's eye-opening. You see, we're all a little blind. That is why you cannot find what you seek. Everyone in life has troubles, but the first step on the path is to awaken to what you cannot see. Your own darkness, your own nothingness.
Yeah, no, believe. I can understand that.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
No, I can understand opening up and like the darkness of the soul and wanting to change. I've gone through some stuff in the past, but it's the thought of becoming something more was definitely interesting. I don't know. I just kind of felt moved to come up and thank you personally for the lecture. It's very eye-opening.
Gotcha. Tell me, John, what do you seek?
I don't remember giving you my name.
I'm sorry, I'm talking as the GM right here.
Oh, okay.
You understand my huskier
Right.
accent for Father,
Yeah.
Jesus, Professor Clay?
I mean, if there's anything more maybe that you might have on this subject, I don't know if you've got if you're published with any sort of books or anything, but just maybe some reading material. I mean, I just this is kind of a whole new way of thinking for me, and anything else that I might be able to get to kind of like expand on that, you know?
What did you say your name was, sir?
Stephen. And I reach out a hand.
Pleasure to meet you, Stephen. Professor Gregory Clay, as I'm sure you're aware.
Of course.
You know, I believe that alchemy is the path to transformation of the soul. You know, me and this book, we are just guides. You are the one who must walk the path. Are you looking to walk the path?
I mean, this was a path I never knew was here before, but maybe being shown the path, or I mean, it's all new to me. You understand it. I don't know how exactly this path will treat an old soul like myself, but yeah, if you've got anything to like expand on that, or something that maybe I can expand with, to learn more about. I mean,
Stephen.
Yeah.
Are you ready to face the darkness in you?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Professor Clay. I've faced a lot of darkness in my past, so I wouldn't be a stranger to that, if you know.
Interesting. Well, perhaps you can join me for an evening tonight. We are having a philosophy meeting about these exact ideas.
Oh, tonight?
Tonight?
I mean, I'm with a friend. I don't know. I don't know. I was the one that kind of really like wanted to talk to you. I think they're kind of getting ready to head out, but I don't want to just like.
And what is it
behind.
that they seek? Vermin, tell me, what is Lexi seeking?
I think Lexi is seeking. She is seeking their motivations. Like, what is it that they want? What do they desire? That's what she's trying to figure out.
Think more broadly. What is Lexi seeking in general?
Oh, not in this specific moment?
I'm just looking for more.
She wants to understand what they're doing so that she can keep them from causing harm, right? That's something that she's like really hooked in on now, right? Is the idea that the first thing she needs to do is stop causing harm and stop others from causing harm, and then atone for harm that she has caused.
Tell me, Stephen, is your friend also looking to confront their weaknesses?
I mean, I think so. I mean, honestly, we both kind of came across the lecture announcement, so we both kind of came together. She's always been very into philosophy, so she wanted to come with me. And
well, you understand that Mu Omicron is a very prestigious organization here. I'd need to see this person individually before I could, well, offer them to come to the meeting.
Yeah, no, I might be able to see if they might be free. Do you want to just wait here, or do you want me to go bring her?
I have about 10 minutes before my next class.
Sure. Yeah, I'll try to be quick. And I hope I'm not holding you back. Thank you so much for talking with us. And then I'll kind of shake his hand again, and I'll kind of run out. And just kind of like start sweating like fuck.
Lexi, how do you respond to his information?
mean, this is what we're here for, right?
I didn't mean to join the cult, but if nothing else, it's just a little information into what's going on.
We
Keep
need
that
to be careful.
Yeah, keep that scarf close.
Yeah, we need to be careful, but I think if we check in with Selene and Ami regularly and keep them away,
Yeah,
then we can keep an eye on ourselves. Just let them know where we're going.
yeah. Just in case, though, if one of us is going to get Kali Mod, let it be me, because I don't think it'll do anything to me.
You got it.
All right.
And I think Lexi will go and have that conversation with Professor Clay.
By the way, I'm Steven. Who are you?
Grace.
It's good to meet you, Grace. Let's go join a cult.
Fist bump again. Proper, do you want to play out the introduction between Lexi and Clay?
It's a very similar vibe. We see the two of you shake hands, and he gives you a similar lecture about understanding and breaking down your weaknesses and your nothingness in the eyes of the universe. How about Ami and Selene? What have you been doing during this time?
Offered for Ami to come back to my brownstone in the city where we could set up. I would have a lot of spare clothes for her. It's a lot of Frululemon type stuff. I'm sure she would not be into it, but
it's good to know exactly what brand Selene wears.
Well, I doubt she would fit the same stuff as what I normally wear, which is a lot of kind of high powered fancy glam wear or power suits or things, but stuff that would fit is much more one size fits all, even in shape 40 somethings to teenagers. I feel like the Frululemon would work over, but it's probably not very her style. So
okay, well, what are we doing here
she would
then?
have bleach tie-dyed it a whole bunch by now. But yeah, I feel like we would mostly just be waiting for their calls. I would be trying to encourage Ami to take part in the recent yoga and tea drinking that I myself have found so much peace in. Ami's probably dying.
Ami would have absolutely found your liquor cabinet and would be watching you do yoga and hating every second of it, but politely sitting there silent, also continuing to read her book to see if she recognizes when that person, the apparition person, said their name. Did that ring any bells for Ami as she was reading?
You've been reading a whole lot of mythology, so I'd say it should.
Okay, then I would attempt to very specifically read sections about her.
Okay.
And I would be talking loudly, probably a little bit buzzed, while Selene was attempting to do quiet yoga.
Well, I'll tell you this outright, because you've already mentioned that you've been studying mythology for a while. Ariadne, wife of Dionysus, she gave Theseus the ball of thread to lead him out of the Minotaur's labyrinth. And that is what her story is all about.
I will make sure I say that to Selene.
I do have quite an extensive library and study in this brownstone. Thousands of old original copies of things, an extensive, beautiful bound encyclopedia set. So if we wanted to bust out the books, we could.
Well, you'll certainly find several variations of Theseus' story, but there's not much more that you can tell about Ariadne as a whole. From what you can tell from your interaction with her, she could be a regular riff just like all of you, or she could be infinitely more powerful than that. You're not totally sure.
I'm just confirming Father John has the scarf with him, correct?
I think
we have the scarf.
I would have given it to
I could
Lexi.
have the scarf.
Yeah, I would have.
We
Okay.
want.
Yeah, between us, I would have given it to Lexi.
Oh, okay. I'll do a costume change at our first break.
Ami also would have shown the bookmark to Selene and asked for a car to take her there, and would have very awkwardly have been like, when you're done with yoga, you can come with me too, but, you know, don't want to mess up your flow any more than I already have.
No, of course, I'll come with you. And I know we've been taking it slow, so if there's a night perhaps that you want to break out the good stuff and show me a show that you want to watch or something like that, or perhaps do some karaoke. I do have a machine.
But sure, karaoke. Let's start with the bookstore. And then more alcohol.
I think that's a good stopping point for a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you all for watching, and join us very shortly, okay? Hello and welcome back to TPK Roleplay for Madness Calls It Forth. When we last left our adventurers, they had been split up. Half of them joining a cult, half of them, well, potentially joining a cult, half of them doing a bit of research and recuperation. We're going to start this scene at Mu Omicron House, a large and old mansion on the top of a hill in the old district, a part of the city university. And as the two of you, now dubbed Grace and Stephen, I wish I had the computing power to change it, but I would get so confused. You are climbing the hill up to this mansion where the fraternity Mu Omicron, the mixed gender fraternity Mu Omicron, sits. You can see outside there seems to be several sort of larger or burlier individuals guarding the entrances to the house. You are welcomed into the house itself, and inside you find a community of men and women of all ages, but they seem to be practicing all kinds of things. They are studying a book that many of them have or are sharing with others. They are writing in notebooks and on chalkboards. And around the time you arrive at the house, Dr. Gregory Clay walks out from one of the back rooms and welcomes you into the Mu Omicron. Welcome you to. I'm so glad you were able to make it this evening.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Thanks for having us and letting us come by.
Yeah, it's busy around here.
Well, we have a very select group of individuals who are interested in these kinds of things, and you felt like an appropriate match for our group.
Oh. Well, we're definitely honored by that.
He'll address the crowd and say, "Quiet, quiet, everyone." And as the room hushes to a quiet, he will chant something in Latin. O pater animans, sequor Ariadne filium mysticum, per labyrinthum mendaciorum tuum ut andi jungam tibi in sanctu sanctorum. And then the rest of the group will all chant this back in a prayer of the alchemist sort of way. He will launch into another lecture, but this time it feels a little different. He still is spouting phrases like, I am not asking you to succeed in your task, I'm asking you to try, so that you will witness your own failings and learn to know them. But you notice that throughout this meeting, they aren't just talking about alchemy. Slowly, it is revealed to you that the individuals in this group are learning some alchemical symbols, some transmutations, and are even trying their best to channel some sort of power. And at the end of his lecture, you realize that he is... The members of this philosophy club are seeking real power through occult knowledge. When they break up to start practicing and studying, what do the two of you do?
I like to think that John has an understanding of Latin, considering the things that he's researched himself.
Okay.
Would he have been able to get the gist of what that chant or prayer at the start was?
I would say that because you're a priest, I think that makes perfectly good sense.
Specifically Catholic, right?
Well, I don't think you've ever specifically said it, but we're vaguely Catholic. Just like it's vaguely this time zone. You would... it's a little broken, but you understand most of it. He said something like, Life-giving Father, I follow the thread of the mystic spider through your labyrinth of lies to join you in the Holy of Holies.
I relay that to Lexi, and I go, so yeah, and I swear to God, if I have to fight another giant spider, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed.
This... It feels like it rhymes with what was happening in the club. Like, we should make sure we're not letting the friends who walk with us get pulled away.
Yeah. No, yeah. We keep this as separate as we can. So tell me about your soul.
Tarnished as they come?
Yeah, right there with you. And I think John's gonna do maybe an investigate to kind of like at this point are there still like proceedings that are happening, or is everyone kind of just milling around right now?
People are talking, they're discussing, they are studying from several books. And you hear some of them chanting some of those Latin phrases, as well as others. You hear little phrases of life-giving Father being washed by quicksilver, and let's see.
Wait, I'm sorry, they're getting washed with mercury?
That's what the chanting is, at least.
Oh.
This is the Latin they're saying. So
I turned away for half a second and suddenly we're taking mercury baths.
Yeah, that's can I see something like the because you said like they were chalkboards and stuff that they were writing on? Can I read any of that?
Sure. What do you want to find out?
Just like how kind of like where the math ends and where the alchemy begins. I don't know if it's going to be like a pierce the veil or see through the mist, or
do you want to investigate?
I'm a little worried about
or investigate
the
beyond the mist.
I think he's just going to investigate for now.
Okay. Specifically, John, just roll me an investigate, please.
Just a flat investigate? Okay. Ten.
Excellent. You get clues equal to power. Ask me questions 1-to-1.
I didn't use any powers for this.
It's minimum 1.
Okay.
Well, not powers. Power is
Oh.
the number of tags you mark off.
He
Right.
didn't mark any tags.
I didn't mark
So-
any. That was just a straight 10.
Okay, cool. Well, it's minimum of 1, as Vermin
Okay.
said. So many little random mechanic terms you have to figure out when you play City of Mist.
Yeah, I just didn't think any like of my tags would have
You're fine.
worked for this. So I guess I'm gonna just try and like understand like how dangerous is this from like just what I'm getting. Like, are we just talking like theoretical, or are there like equations or something? Yeah, we need a beating heart of someone to get this working.
Do you talk to any of them, or are you trying to read it all on your own?
Yeah, if there's anyone like near the boards that's like discussing it, I think he kind of like will sit in and like listen and kind of like try to catch up as much as he can, and if anything comes up to where he can ask a question that makes sense, he will.
Sure. You are going to run into the short man with the meticulous note-taking you saw in the lecture. And he can answer your questions, or at least answer your questions about the philosophy club.
Yeah, I think he'll kind of like, if he gets a chance to like introduce himself, be like, "Hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm Steven. I've just kind of been brought in with all this. I'm just kind of trying to wrap my head around everything, especially when it comes to what you got there on the board."
Ah, you are seeking admittance into the Magnum Opus. You wish to study the alchemical symbols and transmutations?
I mean, I'm definitely curious. I don't know if it's something that I'll specifically be able to pick up on right away, but I'm open-minded. So,
This alchemy is a transformation of the soul. If you are interested, you must be ready to face your weaknesses. Strip them away and be washed anew.
I mean, that definitely does sound like something I could use.
Obviously, only candidates who can pass the final trial will be admitted into a further examination. We hope.
Are there trials ahead of that? Or anything I should
Well,
keep an eye out for?
this is just the surface. But we prove
course.
ourselves in the eyes of the God King.
And the symbols are about doing so and moving or like enhancing your soul to the next level? Or?
Yes, just like alchemy of old. Transforming from one thing to another takes steps. The alchemy of the soul takes 4.
4, sir.
I don't know much now. But I do know that the alchemical transformations that Professor teaches us here are ever important.
And have you started this final trial yourself, or are you like also kind of working your way up to it?
The final trial is later this evening. Not everyone will be coming, but those who are ready to move on will.
Well, I think definitely the more I hear about this, the more I feel like I'm ready to experience this fully, you know?
I'm glad you think so.
Thank you for, I didn't catch your name, but I'm Steven, by the way.
Terrence.
Terrence. Well, thank you for the enlightenment, Terrence.
Of course. Enlightenment in the eyes of the God King transforms the soul into a new being, brings us back to the source of life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm still learning, but the more I learn, the more I can't wait to find out more to unravel that mystery, you know?
You should read this. And he'll hand you a copy of a book titled The Alchemy of the Soul by Matilda d'Aquino.
Oh,
Say that again?
The Alchemy of the Soul by Matilda d'Aquino.
all
Or
right.
possibly d'Aquino. It is a leather-bound book with some gold writing on the front that just says that. But it seems to be the book that several of the individuals in the group are reading and studying. You find similar symbols inside the book of transformations. And with that, as you open the book, we watch the book close, and we start a scene in with Ami and Selene entering Valérien's Oddities and Curiosities. Valérien's Oddities and Curiosities shop is nestled under layers and layers of old quarter construction, with nothing but a painted lettering on the quaint door to hint at its entrance. Inside, however, it is surprisingly voluminous, but not spacious. The store is packed floor to ceiling with books, trinkets, archaeological artifacts, jars full of strange ingredients, and crumbling scrolls. One could get lost down there, warns the owner, Valérien, an aging bespectacled man in a tweed vest as he points to the pathways in the vast repository of esoteric knowledge he curates. Better take a light, he adds, and he points you towards a couple of lanterns on his desk.
Ami will take a lantern, turn to Selene, and go, I am both terrified and in love, so this is confusing. I want to be here forever, but I also want to run away.
I've found that in this type of shop, there's always very unique treasures, very rare books. So this should be an adventure. Do you have a list of what we are looking for specifically?
No. Nope.
I guess just looking at the tunnels of books and scrolls, I guess we just try and find what we need on our own.
I do assume you spoke at least once in between the lecture and the philosophy club, so you should have at least a good idea of you're looking for alchemy.
I was just gonna say, I would assume that if we have talked in between, then she would know, but if not, Ami would have gone for her own kind of understanding of what was happening. So yeah, we'll look for alchemy and things.
I think that Lexi would have called in to let you all know that we were going to do something possibly stupid, and let you know what we had discovered.
Is this you calling from the meeting? Then. Or before the meeting?
No. We would have called in between to be like, hey, we're going to this meeting.
Hope you don't die.
Hope everything goes okay.
Okay. This is a nearly endless supply of books and oddities. You could certainly get lost in here. In fact, I'm going to ask the two of you, how deep are you willing to go? The further you go, the more answers you will get.
Ami's been hunting for answers for a while, so she would be willing to stay.
Okay.
And
yeah,
at this point,
I'm in this. I feel like a ghost appeared to us and it's told us where to go. We've got our friends are infiltrating a cult, and who knows where that'll lead. We've got to do our part. So yeah, I'm in it as deep as necessary.
You venture into this forest of a bookstore, and there doesn't seem to be an end. You'll take a turn and find 3 more paths to follow. you'll look back and not recognize where you are. The further you get into the store, the more staircases and nooks and crannies and closets you find as you travel further and further and further into Valérian's. One of you, please roll me a change the game move. You can use a Lost in Books 4 as a power for that, including anything else you like to use that might be appropriate.
I would probably say... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I've got bullshit detector. Can I use that?
Well, one of you is rolling for this, so one of you can assist and one of you can roll, but I only want one of you to roll.
I was gonna say I could
Lost
probably...
in Books 4.
You were saying, Chrissy?
I don't know if it's relevant, but I have the good catch, like being able to catch things, like see things as we're walking past. I also got the new tag of like feel it in the air, of like being able to kind of predict where we should be, that kind of thing. I don't know if that's relevant. I don't know how relevant any of these are. I can make them relevant, but I feel like sometimes when I do that, I'm more convincing Proper than I am convincing me.
I mean, that is kind of the point.
Yeah, go
Okay.
for it, Chrissy.
Okay.
All I ask when you do things like that is that they are relevant to the intent of the theme book.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So, Ami from the beginning has been very intentional in her downtime when she's not with everybody to like be researching all these different like kind of like leads and threads of like mythos ideas, like whatever's happening. So I feel like once she got into a space that felt like she could connect into it, it would be easier for her to use some of her own mythos to like navigate it very smoothly. Like it would be something where she was like, oh, this feels very relevant to like everything that I've been trying to find up until now. So like she would be probably even like using some of her speed to like flip through pages of books really quickly, like no, that's not the book we need, and like moving on, or like hopping up a couple feet in front of Selene and being like, no, you're gonna make that left back there, like we need to turn around, and kind of like knowing how to navigate it a little bit easier than probably average, because she's intentionally been trying to research the stuff.
I love it. Roll me to change the game. Don't forget to include Lost in Books 4 as a positive. Also, the two of you should take Lost in Books 4 as a tag.
No, I did it in the wrong spot. Just kidding. Shit.
You tell me what you roll when you're done. Physically or digitally, however you prefer.
Okay. And we're doing change the game?
Correct.
A boom. That was an 11.
Excellent. That's a success. So you get clues equal to the power used for the move to ask me questions about what you learn about alchemy and this group.
Can Ami also powwow with Selene on these questions? Before
course.
okay. Alright.
You
didn't
can work
want to,
together as a
like,
team to figure out what you're finding. I'm just giving you what you find.
what I find. Okay. So Selene, what do you think?
Hold on, I'm adding Lost in Story or Lost in Books to my tags. What was the question with, like, what did you find that you're asking my opinion on?
So we have potentially four clues or four questions to ask proper about what we are finding in the books that we are down here?
What are the questions?
Anything you want.
Oh, okay. I thought it was it's an actual mechanic.
This is the open-ended investigate move. So
Yeah,
you get to decide what
okay.
the questions are. Terrible, I know.
Yeah, no.
You can also use them as juice. And so juice, you can create a story tag, and I'll tell you what kind, what items you find, what books you find, what artifacts you find, that kind of stuff.
Can we do like 2 and 2?
Go for it.
Can we do 2 questions, 2 juice? Squeezing the juice? maybe?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll say the very first thing you find is a copy of The Alchemy of the Soul by Matilda d'Aquino. You read fairly quickly, I assume, and so I'll tell you this. You learn about the Magnum Opus. It is the grand formula of alchemy, and they date back to the ancient science of alchemy. The glowing sigils are alchemical sigils representing different elements. The power to manipulate elements may be alchemical in nature. You'll also find out that, according to the book, alchemy is not concerned with turning base metals to gold. The process of creating the Philosopher's Stone, called the Great Work or Magnum Opus, is an allegory for the transformation of the soul, from a coarse sleeping state to an awakened state that can merge back with the source of all life.
Does
Does
Ami
it say-
recognize... Oh, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Does it say what the point of transforming a soul would be?
Sure. The source of all life is referred to as the Godhead or the God King. While revered as a god, this being is not described as a moral foundation or a personified deity, but as a source of unlimited knowledge and the power to be sought, with whom alchemists and Gnostics seek to unite. So, you were asking about the point of transforming the soul. They believe that transforming the soul brings them closer to connection with the God King.
Okay.
There are 4 stages to this transformation process, called blackening or rotting, whitening or purification, yellowing or awakening, and reddening or transforming.
Okay. And is that like an ordered phases?
Correct. Stage 1 is blackening, whitening, yellowing, and then reddening.
Okay.
Speaking of which, as you scroll through the book, I'm going to give you one clue for free. You find the very first stage is called blackening. At the beginning of the process, the base materials must rot and decompose. Psychologically, it represents facing one's nothingness and a corrupted nature. Only by wallowing in one's festering failings and meaninglessness can one be free of it at all.
Okay.
With that, as Ami shares this information with Selene, you start looking for more books and more information. You find yourselves in a completely new area of the bookstore, and you can continue to look for more information. But first, we're just going to switch over to Grace and Steven.
Really quickly,
can
before
I-
we do that,
Mhm.
Text
Sorry.
them. I was just gonna say, can we text them updates of what we're finding?
Of course.
from Selene's Blackberry.
I just want to know if Ami recognizes any of the sigils from the people in the robes.
Yes. You'll recognize at least one. Let me find it for you. Yes. The very first one is a symbol for salt. It's a circle with a line through it. And it is important. It is a symbol for one of the stages. It is a symbol for blackening.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, back over to our friends Grace and Steven. You've done some more investigating and found out that the trial that Terrence was referring to is happening tonight. And it brings the initiates of this club into the mystery of the God King. Whereas that's what they say it does.
Hey, I'm reading things in here like about the stages and the different things. If you want to back out of this, you can. But this sounds kind of heavy.
We're here to get as much information as we can. And I think if we can earn their trust on some level. I don't want a repeat of how these last few encounters have ended.
And I don't want you to get hurt. All I know is no matter how shitty the situation is for me, I always walk away. So I just wanted to kind of give you that chance.
You know me. Too thick-skulled to back down.
Yeah, and I'm too stubborn to die. Let's go do this.
Fist bump.
Fist bump. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
So tell me, what do we see as you approach Professor Clay and ask to be given the test?
Professor Clay, I think we've kind of walked around and seen what this is, and it's honestly a bit mind blowing. But I don't know if I speak for both of us, but I definitely say that I think we're ready to go continue further with this, if you'll have us.
If you are ready to face your weaknesses, we do have a test tonight, and I'm willing to put you through the test.
Is there anything we should do to prepare? I don't know how something like this goes on. It's been a long time since I've been in college, so I don't know how these things work.
Well, we've already sorted you. Stephen, you are what we were going to call a lamb. And Grace, a wolf. Be careful, because the test is harsh and brutal, and you must face your weakness and your failings in order to succeed. I promise no one will be harmed. This is just a test to reveal yourself to the glory of the God King, to revel in your darkness and insignificance. Do you think you're ready for that?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Absolutely.
And so the scene shifts. We see the two of you hiking up a hill through a darkened field towards what looks like a old abandoned silo. A grain silo sticks out of the grass, and the two of you are ushered into it. It's hard to see or breathe in the dank, dark silo. Echoing in the cylindrical chamber is an eerie, murmured Latin chant. Somewhere at the ground level, you hear stifled weeping and clanking teeth, along with a constant drip. As your eyes adjust, you see human shapes chained to the pipework. Above them on the catwalk, cloaked figures begin turning creaky valves. Grace, you are directed up to the second level, while Stephen, you are asked to submit yourselves to your darkness and insignificance and chain yourself down below.
It's a bit more intense than I was expecting, but yeah, let's do this.
As you've discussed with Professor Clay and some of the other initiates, the test is simple. The wolves up above must agree to sacrifice the lambs below. They will turn on the valves and fill the silo with water. The lambs, in submission to the God King, agree that their insignificance is great enough that they are willing to drown. And this is where you realize that the cult you're in is truly, absolutely a cult. But as you get in there, you find that the individuals chained below are zealous with belief in the God King, and that this is their first step into achieving not only eternal life, but esoteric knowledge, wisdom, and even power. So what I want you to do is I want you both to face danger. And this is going to be a roll in order to hold it together against a mental anguish tag. Feel free to use any of your Logos theme or Logos power tags that you feel are appropriate in holding it together.
Just the Logos, not Mythos?
Either is fine, actually.
Okay. Face danger, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Try to find it. Corners. It's a 10 for me. I'm going to say this is not the first time that John has tried to willingly drown himself.
Grace?
I've rolled a 9, so I take the status, but with reduced tier.
Great. You are going to take upset 2 at the end of this. And we see the scene of your first trial take place as you slowly turn on a valve that floods the bottom compartment of this chamber with water. John, you're probably fully aware you are not going to die, but the other fanatics, the other initiates, truly understand that this is their sacrifice to get into the cult. Other wolves up there with you, Grace, fervently turn on the valves and flood the chamber. And above you, the professor is chanting in Latin again and again and again. He is saying, if I can get there, he is saying, corpore meo putrefacto absolutos ero. And before you are covered in water, John, you understand this to say, when my body rots, I will be absolved. John, this is a very strange situation for you because hypothetically no one knows that you cannot die, but you feel the water enter your lungs and nothing changes for you. However, the others do suck in a load of water, and for a moment they thrash on their chains before you watch as the water is pushed out of them and the other initiates start to breathe normally.
Can I say, like, just before the water like starts to take John, he like stares at Lexi and just kind of like kind of gives Lexi a nod, like, don't worry.
Lexi, you look down on John to try to reassure you about this dangerous situation, but it's already too far gone, and you continue to turn the valve until it's all the way open. Lexi, how are you responding to this?
It's super fucked up. Upset too is probably an understatement, right? She is sweating. She's like very aware of it's hard for her to stop herself from jumping down and punching a hole in the side of the silo. But she sees John nod and she's like, I gotta trust him.
And while I'm down there, I kind of like noticing how everyone else is reacting around him. He kind of tries and like copies the same kind of mannerism, so he's not just like chilling underwater.
And so after the chamber fills and the water runs out of the silo, you watch as a professor comes down the ladder and joins the wolves on the upper level and lays a hand on each of your backs to say well done. And with that, he pulls one final switch and the water below starts to descend. And all of the lambs down below cheer and cry, and there is zealousness, zealotity, whatever.
Zealotry.
That
Zeal.
one. Their zeal is exuberant. And you hear them chanting the same initiates chant over and over about the life-giving Father and how they will be absolved. You return to John down below and unchain him. And the two of you wander out into the dark night. And let me check one thing.
There's something I want to do while the... this is stupid, but I'm doing it anyway. I want to pierce the veil as the ceremony is happening.
Okay. What do you want to do? Pierce the veil is not the actual term. It is to investigate beyond the mist, but what are you trying to investigate?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm going to investigate beyond the mist. I want to know how this is being managed. I want to see the strings, maybe even the red strings of fate, as the man behind the curtain works.
Roll to investigate. I believe it's plus logos, right?
Yeah. So reset +1 investigate.
Sorry, look beyond the mist. Pierce the veil is appropriate as well.
I think that's
oh no,
10.
sorry. It's you roll plus mythos. Sorry.
Oh, I rolled plus mythos anyway. That's what I thought you meant.
Excellent. Played out the investigate move, but roll plus mythos instead. On a hit, you get clues equal to mythos. You rolled a what?
Well, I hit the button maybe twice, but the one that I saw first was the 10.
Okay. So you can, just like investigate, clues equal to power.
Yeah, so my question is, what is he? How is their survival possible, and who is pulling the strings? Who's pulling the strings for their survival? That's the right combination of those questions.
As tears fall from your cheeks as you attempt to finish your task, you look up at the professor, and looking beyond the mist, you see glowing all around him. And as he chants, he moves his arms, and you look down at John again and the others and see that what he is doing, he is morphing the water. He is transforming the water to push it out of their lungs and prevent them from drowning. He has direct control over the water in this room and can perform a miracle by controlling the elements.
So then I would have felt the actual water being pulled out of my lungs?
Correct.
Okay. I just assume I'm the only one down there with a lung full of water.
Well, all of them are, but they all get pushed back up out of you. And as soon as the trial is done, his light fades.
Yeah, I think we get a shot of Lexi somewhat foolishly, like, watching him as he descends down from the platform, trying to hold a face together, trying to make it awe instead of disgust.
He looks at you and says, "You have done well. You have stripped away your weakness and succeeded in the first step in the journey of knowing the God King." And as the two of you venture out of the silo, you were given white robes and ushered along back towards the city. And you enter what looks like an abandoned subway station deep under the ground on the outskirts of town. And as you do, as you turn a corner, we turn a corner in the bookstore and find Selene and Ami once again. So, I believe you still have some questions to ask if you would like, or some artifacts to find.
Did we use up all the ones of those 4?
Yeah. We only
Okay.
got one artifact and asked one question.
Oh, okay.
So. But we put 2 into juice, so we technically get 2 artifacts and 2 questions.
Okay. Is there any information on if there's only ever been one God King? Okay, so my understanding is that someone can go through this black, white, yellow, red process and become a God King?
Not quite. It's more like the God King provides your soul, or is the source of having a soul, and to wash yourself of your life in your body, you are returning to the source. It's all very esoteric and very obscure and wrapped in an enigma, but the God King is not necessarily a figure.
Okay, so let's say I'm thinking of like a queen bee type thing where all the drones are just, it's almost like hive mind, where you wash yourself, go through this process, and you're not really you anymore, but you're more just like yet another arm for this entity. You're yet another extension of this entity. Another drone. Is that... I'm trying to understand what exactly this transformation process does to people.
Okay, do you have a specific question?
Yes, that. What exactly does this transformation process seem to do to someone? Other than, oh yes, transform their soul and their... I'm talking like, where do they go? What becomes of them? And what are they now after the fact?
Okay, give me 1 second, okay? What I'm gonna say is that we're gonna hold off on answering that question until later, because you will not know until you found all the information about the process. I will, however, say that some people believe it's for power, some people believe it's for knowledge, and some people believe it's for life. But the book doesn't seem to be connected with any other literature. It seems very obscure, and you might even find some conflicting information between this book and several other histories of alchemy.
Okay. All right, Chrissy, you're up.
I'll say, because you asked about the God King specifically, that the initiates chant that we've heard a couple times, you find in this book as well. And while it could be interpreted as a prayer to the God King, it's also a meditative chant. But there are some inaccuracies between this version and other similar phrases you find.
Okay. Chrissy, I was thinking about, like, do we ask about the other colors and what's involved with them? Or what do we want to... Or do we go looking for specific artifacts?
I mean, so Ami is thinking more like, what is the origin of this? Like, knowing that she has been researching, like, I don't want to use the phrase kind of like origin stories, but kind of like old mythical stories. Is this like a Celtic, like an old Celtic thing? Is this an old like Roman thing? Is this like, she's wondering more about like the background and like history of either the author, of the religion-y, culty vibe that she's getting. Like, she's thinking more like not necessarily the process, but more like, where did this come from? Like, this person who wrote the book, is she like Scottish and has like a Scottish heritage, and it's like this weird Scottish cult ritual that they do at Stonehenge? I think that's actually in Ireland. No? Okay, I was right on the countries.
Stonehenge is in Britain proper.
Okay.
I don't know if it's in Scotland. I think it might be in
No,
England.
it's in England.
Oh, okay. Just kidding. I don't know.
I'm waiting for the end of this paragraph
Cool in Scottish.
of where we're heading for this question, Chrissy.
That's mostly what she just wants to know, like, the history of the...
Okay. I will give you this then. You find an original copy of The Alchemy of the Soul by Matilda d'Aquino, older even than the one you found first, and find that the text in the newest copy is in fact fake, written in modern times. You find that in the new version of The Alchemy of the Soul, Magnum Opus isn't training alchemists to do the great work of the alchemists. The adherents are the base material, and the great work is the process of making them into something else. Your second free clue, you learn about the second phase of alchemy. Whitening stands for purification. After breaking up the base material's resistance, it can be purified, leaving the gross matter behind. In this stage, one must let go of all attachments and worldly desires, becoming refined. Thus, inner peace is achieved and all sins are absolved. Experts or local guides... Sorry, that is the end of that sentence there. This is for me.
We almost got it, you guys. Okay.
With that, you venture deeper into the Valérien's bookshop, and we return to find Grace and Stephen joining Whirler's commune.
Is this still the same night, or?
What I'm going to say is to move us along a little bit. This is in fact a few days to a week later. Around the corner of the tunnel, unexpectedly, you find a decommissioned subway station. The tiles that once lined its walls are now cracked and grimy, but the place is far from abandoned. The platform and train tracks are built over with planks, pallets, rugs, and sheets to form a warren of hovels. Colorful strings of prayer flags stretch from side to side, faintly illuminated by trash fires and barrels, and tall candles scattered around the station. Dirty, unkempt shadows creep around amid tents and graffiti of strange sigils. Concentric circles, triangles, and squares in black, white, yellow, and red. At the center of it all, hovering over the improvised altar, wreathed in otherworldly flames, is a mural of the God King, a shadowy crowned figure offering life everlasting in the form of a shining chalice. You have joined this commune in which the next stage of your evolution with the cult is to give up your worldly connections. You are greeted and shepherded by a woman known only as Whirler. She speaks softly, smiles heartedly, and sympathizes sincerely with the suffering of the followers as they give up their previous lives. But slowly but surely, the two of you have been asked to give up aspects of your previous life. And I'm going to need to look something up really quick. In order to make it through this next level of the cult, what I'll ask you to do is to make a hard choice and take crack on one of your logos to prove that you are giving up your previous life.
On logos, you said, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank God.
I'm
Your
taking
logos
crack
are-
On,
Yep.
I'm taking crack on Aunt Lexi.
Okay. Where does that put you?
That puts me at 2 of 3.
And what is the what is the Aunt Lexi theme card, and like what does that look like basically?
So the Aunt Lexi theme card, its like core idea is this is my block. This block is my home. These are my people, and it's the card that lets me gather information from the streets, get gossip, have connections with friends, and I think Lexi feels eyes on her whenever she's not with this group, and is trying to avoid pulling anybody along with her, and so is closing herself off from the people that she would normally spend time to talk to on the stoop.
And you, John?
I'm gonna take a crack at for Man on a Mission.
Okay.
That'd actually be the first crack I've taken for that.
What does that theme card represent, and how does it look like when we see John giving up parts of his previous life?
It says, "This community is my ticket to whoever killed my family. God-fearing man Job was after revenge. Isn't after revenge, he's after judgment. He took the cloth to make contacts in the crime world to find out who killed his family." I think due to recent events, John actually had the chance to say goodbye that he never had before. Like, actually. And whether or not it was real or not, it was a little bit more comforting for him. So I think, like, if he has to, like, physically hand over something, he takes an old, withered picture out of his wallet of his, him with his wife and kid, his wife and daughter, and basically, if there's like a fire brazier, he tosses it in.
There's definitely those like trash barrels with fires in them. You are living in squalor, basically, and as a member of the Undercity, Willer is actually quite proud of both of you for giving up more and more of your life, and she comes to speak with you. While you're under the city, you're working towards something that she has not quite explained to you yet, but all around you people are doing crafts, creating masks and fabrics and beautiful designs, and one of your biggest tasks is creating large wearable animal like masks that cover your whole face. Very well done. I'm glad you've joined us, and I'm sure you'll find that life under the God King, your eyes will be opened. The Feast of Fools is coming up soon, and we are preparing for it shortly. It'll be the end of life in the city as it is now, for all of you.
What will the city become?
Well, it is the hope that you will give up all of your connections with the city, committing yourself to the work of the God King and the study of the Magnum Opus.
I see.
You were probably taught to fear emptiness, but emptiness is the foundation for illumination. If you cannot become an empty vessel, you cannot admit the light. That is what we're doing here. You are purifying your soul for the next step in the process.
Is there anything we should know about the feast, or what the next step should be? Anything to prepare ourselves, or are we just going to be ready when we get to it?
It is fairly straightforward. Members of the city will join us for a great celebration deep underground. You will wear a pre-assigned mask, and you will look upon this glorious culmination of individuals, and you will put aside all of the connections to the outside world. You will follow a guide who finds you specifically, and they will lead you to your next step in transformation. But only by giving up all that you were will you be ready to receive the light. Your spirit, washed by quicksilver, will be prepared. Do you understand?
What does that mean, washed by quicksilver?
It is an allegory for the transformation of the soul. You are but a base metal, we are turning into gold. The next step, being washed by quicksilver, is simply removing all of your worldly desires, needs, and connections, and giving yourself entirely to the great work.
Okay.
I must go to meditate and pray, but you're doing excellent work, Stephen.
Thank you.
Do you want to do anything while you're working down here?
Yeah, after they leave, I take Grace aside. Like, there's that phrase again. I don't like that phrase. Washed by quicksilver.
There's an irony to that, right? Did
Quicksilver's
you ever
mud.
play with mercury thermometers when you were a kid?
No, but I read my mythology.
I did. We used to drop pennies in the bottom, and they would come out looking silver. Of course, you rub at it just a little bit, and it comes right off.
Yeah.
Feels the same around here.
My worry's a little bit more than that. Maybe it's just my head, but Quicksilver, the name for Mercury. Mercury being a Roman god, the Greek god of whom, you know?
Yeah.
Hermes.
Yeah.
And they came for Amy. So,
I mean, it's tough. And we're keeping her as far away from us
Ami.
as possible.
sorry, Ami. I've been down here too long. Yeah. I just worried, you know?
Yeah.
And with that, we see as the two of you finish up your masks. Job, you are assigned a mask that looks like a giant snake. And Lexi, one of a big gorilla. And you work on it throughout the remainder of the week. As we move back to Selene and Ami. Ami, you found you finally read through and understood the third phase of alchemy, yellowing, known as awakening. A purified substance, or perhaps a soul, can begin to contain the light. Exposing it to divine light or knowledge illuminates it from within and awakens it. The soul becomes infinitely aware and yes, sorry. Do you have any questions for me still from your investigations?
At this point, Selene is just working through these colors. Like, we found the blackening, the white one. Now we found the yellow. Her next goal is to find out more on the red.
I will give you your answer you were asking for before, Selene. As you all have witnessed and know to be true, in this city, people's souls contain a specific type of magic inside of them. We refer to it as players as their mythos. Theoretically, this form of alchemy can be used to manipulate mythic powers, maybe even awaken them.
Okay.
And this is an important part before we move on. We might take a break here if you like. Do you connect, John and Lexi, do you connect with Ami and Selene in any way before giving yourselves over for the second initiation rite?
I mean, I think we're kind of deep undercover. I don't know if it... I think we would have let them know before we had to, like, come down here that we might not be able to contact them. At least that's my thought.
That's my question, is do you risk telling them what you learned about the second initiation rite?
Yes. Lexi does.
How do you do it?
Well, we're underground all the time, right?
You are able to get back up to the ground, and they assume that you're using that to give up your previous life. But yes, the longer you stay with them, the more likely you are to stay underground.
Okay. I think Lexi goes and posts a notice on the mirror. It's like closed for an extended period of time, and adds an update to the website. And it's not like a particularly clever way of hiding the information, but she writes an acrostic to give the information to them.
I should know this, being the puzzle master of this particular game, but remind me what an acrostic is.
It's when all of the letters on a single column line up to spell something.
Okay, and what do you tell them? It doesn't have to be specific, but what is the information you're getting across?
Feast of Fools, a transformation, underground is probably the most I'd be able to squeeze into there.
Okay.
And maybe I work in a couple of street names for the easiest entrance to the underground area, but that's on a different, so the acrostic is on the website, and the notice has the cross streets that are easiest to get to the underground area from.
Okay. Now, we just need to get you out of a bookstore to find this information.
Well, if we she just left it for us somewhere.
It's on the website, and it's the sign on the door says that they're closed, and the website has more information. So, for the two of you, it doesn't feel like it's been a week, but you can tell the further you get into this bookstore that time seems to be shifting in ways that you're not used to.
Not used to.
You'll turn a corner, and there'll be snow on the ground from a window, a small window at the top of the basement. And then you'll climb up some stairs and find yourselves in a completely different season entirely. You'll turn the corner and find yourself in a nook with a fireplace and water dripping from the ceiling. And it seems your watch and your phone are a little haywire at the moment.
Yeah. Selene will turn to Ami and say, I am a little worried about what seems to be happening in this bookstore. If we think we have everything we need, I would suggest we leave.
Yeah. I don't know that we would necessarily need more. I'll happily go when you're ready.
The two of you, you will face danger. This time around, Lost in Books 4 be counted against you.
Please. Okay, let me undo this.
Can I use the same tags?
Oh wait, why didn't... Well, I've rolled, but I didn't have it do with the Lost in Books 4 against me, but I rolled pretty low.
So when you face danger, if it'll open for me, the MC will name a status and a tag and a tier, and on a miss, you take the full status. So, we'll say that the lost status will change to simply Lost 4, but it'll last beyond leaving this bookstore. You feel like time isn't working appropriately, and things are shifting, or you are not moving in time with the universe. You're not sure if this is mental or actual magic, but something is not going wrong. I will allow you to remove the lost status, but first you must remark crack on a logos theme that keeps you grounded. Ami, did you roll face danger yet?
Yeah, I also failed.
So same thing to you.
Okay. So, Ami will take a crack on her. I want people to accept and admire me.
Okay.
logos.
And you, Selene?
Take a crack on my never show weakness.
Okay. I want you both in turn to describe how that grounds you to reality, and describe what it feels like as the two of you venture out of Valérien's Oddities and Curiosities. Feel free to take into mind the shifting nature of time and space, and how you overcome that.
Selene is one that is used to control, is used to a world that she is comfortable navigating. Most of the world she usually already owns. So for her to be in an element where there is nothing within her power to change it, I mean, time and space are literally out of her control. It's a little terrifying, and kind of shakes her a bit. She will get noticeably sweaty, which is very rare for her, and even pale a bit, but she will breathe and realize that the only way out is through, and that they just need to find their way out of this bookstore.
Okay. And Ami, what does it look like for you?
Yeah, so Ami would likely, in a moment of also abnormal sort of like vulnerability, probably kind of like reach to hold Selene's hand, and like look to her for some sort of like maternal something, like not even really knowing or like really understanding why she's doing it. And then from there, she would probably like start talking a little bit rambly and not quite making sense probably to Selene, but like kind of recounting like various stories from her life, like talking about her grandma and telling her about, you know, when I was this age and when I would do this, and like just trying to attempt to get some sort of like solid foundation of a timeline. And then while moving forward and walking.
Without any rhyme or reason, or really any sense of shifting reality in any way, you find yourselves stumbling back out to the front of the store. And you see Valérien, the owner of the store. He's wearing a new sweater now, and he chuckles at you. Well, I hope you found what you were looking for.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, thank you. Do you have a card should we need anything in the future?
Oh, if only. I have these bookmarks, though. And he'll hand you a bookmark that has the address and the information about the store on it. Even so, as you step out of the store, the information seems to blur a bit, as if the mist is trying to hide it.
I'm getting outside. I'm just thank you. Grabbing Ollie's hand and just walking out of this shop.
The very last thing we see before we take a quick break is that the assembly in Whirler's commune have started to disassemble the large mural of the God King. As you do, you see someone in a hooded cloak enter the commune and have a few words with Whirler. But you are too busy pulling apart the bricks to reveal what looks like a cavern of some sort. Or a tunnel deep into the ground. And as you do, and the darkness of the tunnel is revealed, the screen fades to black for another one of our breaks. Hello and welcome back to Madness Calls It Forth. Last we left our heroes, they had stumbled their way out of Valérien's Oddities and Curiosities, and our two initiates are working their way through a deadly cult initiation process. So, time to set the mood. As the two of you venture through the tunnel and into the Feast of Fools, you are wearing your large decorative animal heads. Strange, twisted music, a rabid mongrel of modern beats and medieval tunes, echoes from the deeps long before you arrive. There, under the vault of an enormous natural cave, you are struck by the sight of thousands of ravers dancing, frolicking, and fooling around, wearing animal heads and everyday suits, uniforms, and work clothes. Somewhere in all this revelry hides the one who could show you the way deeper, where all mysteries are unlocked. But you wonder if you can find them, and if so, whether you'll be ready to take the final step into the abyss. The two of you over the past couple of days have been told exactly what to expect in this part. You will venture into this cornucopia of the city life and choose to ignore it all in order to fulfill your destiny as part of the Magnum Opus. There are people from all over the city who are sleepers, are riffs. They know nothing about what is happening here, but they are raving. There is drugs and alcohol, and it is your goal as initiates to find your guide. You will know who they are when they lock eyes with you and guide you into another room. You were able to pick up a little information while you were there, because no one assumed you were spies thus far. And you found that someone in a hooded cloak would come down to visit Whirler. And the two would whisper about which initiates would be getting what animal masks. As you enter the scene, it is chaos. Lights are dim, and people are already flooding into the chamber. But I would rather talk to Ami and Selene. What are you doing, and how did you find the hints from Lexi?
Where did she leave them again?
On her website.
Yeah.
There's a
There's
note
a note on the door,
on the
right?
front door of the mirror that directs people to the website, like, hey, we're going to be closed for an extended period of time.
Oh, Selene would have not picked up on that at all. I definitely think that's more of an Ami thing, like, oh, we should check the website, and I would have been like, that's so good of her to leave it. Yeah, I'm sure that's more Ami's territory to be like, yeah, we should check the website and then immediately see that there's hints everywhere.
She has been trying to decipher things for the last few months. I'm sure an acrostic is nothing at this point.
Yeah, I would assume she figures it out fairly quick. Plus, with having, I would say, access to Professor Clay's entire schedule and the whole 9 yards, if it's been a couple of weeks and we still haven't heard from anyone, she would just be able to pull up and say oh, they have a meeting at the house tonight. Even if that's not where they're at, Ami would just deduce okay, so they're doing fucking cult shit tonight at this time, to whatever degree. So that's how she would attempt to figure it out.
Alright, well, if Ami is relaying all of the stuff she finds on the website and I'm sitting there standing next to her, it's gonna be like, I believe that she would be sending us this message for backup, so let's see about joining them.
Yeah, I would assume that we probably... Do we know where, are we fully familiar with, where the group is meeting? Could I say I'm familiar with it if it's at least close to the campus?
I'd say it's probably somewhere obscure, so you may not be familiar with the exact area, but you would, from the clues you got from Lexi, I'd say you can at least find your way there.
Okay. So...
You can also use any connections with the city you might have, or you can look for information and try to find rumors, or you can look into the underworld that you already know about in the Rift community.
Yeah, I was going to suggest heading back to the bowl and maybe touching base with some sketchy folks in the bowl to see if anyone is familiar with or knows what's going on, and if they have any golden tickets to get us in to Willy Wonka's Funhouse.
Okay. what do you give up in order to get those tickets?
Okay.
My dignity. I am going fully fully dressed in frou-frou limes.
No, I do mean specifically, what do you give this person?
Well, I do have a cushy bank account listed as one of my power tags, so I would assume money enough that they don't even think about holding back information.
I think that works. You pay what even you know to be an exorbitant fee to get into this rave, but eventually, through a night of doing your best to find as much information as you can, you find information about the Feast of Fools. You are told that all participants are wearing heads of animals, donkeys, foxes, crows, fish, and tortoises, and all kinds, while wearing character costumes of various everyday city dwellers, cops, judges, bank clerks, cooks, etc., making a mockery of life in the city, social roles, and normality. Now, this is the part where you can give up your dignity. What do you want to go into this dance as?
I will be wearing Frou-Frou Lime's latest line of clothing, which is
Frou-Frou Lime, right? Okay, I got the joke now.
Yeah, yeah. And it's very much it's referred to as cult leisure wear. And that is what I am going dressed as.
So
it costs $1 million, but I look like I've emptied my bank account into the leaders.
Are you dressed as a yoga instructor then?
I'm not dressed as a yoga instructor. I'm dressed as someone holding the cup ready to be filled with Kool-Aid.
Okay. And what animal mask do you procure?
Oh,
I can
it is
give
definitely...
you one if you want, but up to you.
Wait, no, yes, I want to hear what you got.
Only because I've done research into your characters.
Yes.
How does a dog feel for Selene?
What kind of dog?
This is a great question. I do not know the answer, but that's up to you.
I would like it to be a greyhound.
Okay, you find a greyhound mask. Or you get someone to give you one. Or you purchase one. Ami, you're also not well off. So what do you dress up to blend in? If anything about this rave can be blended in.
Yeah, Ami's gonna go opposite of her norm. And she's gonna go full kind of like her family's dream, like for her. So probably like as a joke going like full ball gown, sequins, like kind of just like doing the things that her family would. She would probably laugh in their face if she actually did it, but she's doing it.
And
say goodbye, dignity.
There's certainly some similarities between you and Selene, at least normally. Do you have an idea for your animal mask?
I'm sorry. Our message is just... I would say...
You've done some very good work in the group DM, just saying. It'll come in handy in a moment.
Yeah, okay. I can focus. I would say either like... I want to hear your suggestions, but I was thinking kind of like a peacock.
I was going to say a hawk, so up to you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just do like some sort of bird with like plumage.
Luca, could you not? I have to GM still.
Just wild.
So
we'll go with bird.
Which one?
Oh, shit. Can I do a hawk, but colorful?
Sounds perfect. And with that, you find yourselves entering a rave of epic proportions. It is hard to see anything with all the lights and the sounds and the people thronging this throng of people. And I want Grace and Steven. What do you do when you get into this rave?
Lexi has her guard up. So we know from communicating with them that like the library scene like happened pretty early in this whole investigation, right? So we know that the God King is something that we are going to be basically molded into something for, like a gift.
You'll certainly be transformed, but all of the scriptures say different things, or exactly aren't clear.
Lexi is convinced that this somehow means she's going to get like subsumed in this like larger thing, and she's freaked out about it. So I think she's making eye contact with everybody, but she's feeling very guarded the whole time.
Okay. And John?
I think John is more than anything just wanting to get this over with. So he's like just trying to like focus in on what it has to be done and try and just avoid as much weird shit as he can at this point.
Okay. As the night goes further and further, you eventually notice that there are some people milling around the room. They seem to be searching for someone in particular, but I think the idea is that they do search for a while. And, you know what? I'm not this kind of DM, but I'm going to do it this way anyway. Lexi, you are the first one to notice someone who seems to be staring at you quite intently, as if they have found their mark.
Shit. Well, here we go. She will, like, bump into John on the way over to them.
Sorry, everything kind of froze for a second and then fast forwarded on me real quick. So I just got like the last couple minutes in like 2 seconds.
Somebody has made eye contact with me. I bump into you on the way over to them to let you know that I'm doing the thing.
Right,
and if it gets loud, be ready.
I guess I'm following, right?
Well,
or is it? Were we each individually supposed to? Okay.
So Lexi's giving you a warning that it's happening.
All right. I guess I'll kind of be on the lookout too then. Have I noticed anyone?
This is a great question. Chrissy and Luca, what are you trying to do while here at this party?
I will be bobbing in the most like Selene way. I feel like he would be able to pick me out just because of how much I stand apart from the people that are there actually raving.
Okay. I think the most appropriate way, because this is a TTRPG, if both John and Selene could roll to, I believe it would be investigate. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, can you both investigate for me, please? Use any relevant tags you'd like.
11.
Great success.
13.
Also, excellent success. I'd say the two of you notice one another because you are on the lookout for at least something weird. So, Father John, you're going to notice someone who doesn't seem to fit in with the rest of the crowd, who is bopping along to the beat, but not in the appropriate way, in the slightest manner.
But they're not someone that's made eye contact with me?
They are not. Selene, you also notice something.
What mask are you wearing, Stephen?
A snake.
You see someone in a greyhound mask notice you from across the room. And as Lexi bumps into you, another guide directs her towards them.
Okay.
Lexi, do you follow your guide?
Yeah.
Okay. Lexi, I'll say this. You are pulled away from the group. And John, you can no longer see Lexi after a while. But once you follow your guide all the way to one of the walls of this chamber, they make some movements with their hands. And they hold their hands on the wall of the cavern. And a doorway opens into an old abandoned mining tunnel. And the guide ushers you in.
I go.
You stumble your way into the dark opening of this mine. And before you know it, the opening that was opened by your guide has vanished. And you're left alone in a long, dark tunnel. You travel down the tunnel until the sounds of the rave have all but disappeared. And you find yourself in a solitary tunnel by yourself. You try to turn around and look back where you came, and the tunnel itself has closed off. In a chamber by yourself, you find on the wall some symbols. Vermin, I sent you a puzzle ahead of time. You may now open it.
Okay.
Ami, can you please roll to investigate, please?
Did you say Ami roll to investigate?
Yes, please. Okay, Ami has rolled a 7. Did you not use any tags?
I don't know that she would have really attempted to use any
Okay.
sensory, kind of like that sensory overload. I'm just here doing the things, doesn't really know the direction.
That's
isn't
fine.
really sure what she's looking for. Is more focused on like
Not being seen.
not being seen. Yeah.
So on a 7, I'm not doing this for clues, but I'm giving you some information here. However, the MC will choose either your investigation exposes you to danger, the clues you get are fuzzy, incomplete, or part true, part false, or someone asks you a question as well. What I'll say is that you don't notice Lexi walking into this room, but you do notice that someone has noticed that you are out of place in some way and is watching you from the side of the room. Back to Father John.
I think I'm gonna kind of meander, like I'm looking for someone, but get close to the greyhound, like as I'm like kind of like passing them by.
Is that exactly how she's dancing?
Yes.
But in front of the mask, so it's out here, really.
Right, it's like,
And I'll walk by them going, "You stick out like a sore thumb."
I am not used to attending events like this.
Just kind of bob your head. Less hands. Less hands. There you go.
This is where we learned that Father John actually goes to raves all the
It's
time.
like in Hitch. This is where you live. This is where you live.
All right, we're supposed to meet people here. Lexi already found whoever it was they're looking for, but I've got to find mine.
She left us a note.
Yeah.
That Ami found on her website to come here. Are you guys in need of assistance? Are you all right?
We are so fucking deep in this cult, you would not believe it.
Have you been transformed yet?
I don't think so.
We've been reading a lot about the process.
I mean, step one was they drowned my ass, so it's getting pretty heavy.
Okay. I guess we'll follow up on that later. Let's try and find the others.
Yeah. I don't. Okay, you're the dog. What is Ami here? What's she wearing? Wait, you didn't bring Ami, did you?
Yes, she came with me. Should I have not done that?
I mean, look, just keep an eye on her. Go, you keep an eye on her.
Okay, she's a bird.
Cool. I gotta go. And like the whole time, I'm like just like next to her as if I'm like looking around, because I figure no one can see my face, so I can like kind of talk to her.
Okay, Ami, you have been spotted by someone. Please roll sneak around in order to either escape their gaze or to convince them that you belong.
I'm gonna use some of my tags.
I would recommend that. That is how the game works.
Yeah. And
Now we're all just like bopping to this beat.
yeah, dude.
Good beat.
Oops. Ah, shit. I just unclicked them. Just kidding. Gonna click them again. Where'd the other one go? Oop. And it's sneak around?
Yes.
12.
There we go. When you sneak around, use your abilities to act secretly or deceptively. On a hit, everyone that should fall for it falls for it. And as soon as you attempt to blend in, you do. You can. Which tags did you use? Yes. I'm gonna say that the feel it in the air tag helps you a bit as you tap into your powers a little bit. And you can sense the guards before they even find you. You know where they're walking, and you go the opposite direction. You get out of the way as soon as you can. And so, because you rolled a 12, you got such a good success. I will also say that someone catches your eye and seems to be staring at you intently.
Do I recognize them? Like,
It's
by
certainly
way
not
of,
Selene.
like- okay, I was just gonna say, is it a greyhound? Okay. What animal is it?
It is a lion.
Cool. I will find the greyhound, and then as I'm walking past the thing, just say, keep your eyes on me, please. I'm gonna go find and talk to this lion. Okay, bye.
I will just try and dance somewhat behind her, keeping my eyes just locked on her.
Okay. Can you also roll me a sneak around?
Uh-huh. 14.
Damn, look at you go. So as you follow Ami, the lion eventually starts to guide her towards one of the other walls. And she sees you and the lion shakes her head and opens a opening in the wall specifically for Ami and lets her in, but closes it as soon as she is through. She takes pity on you for a moment and opens a second opening to a long dark tunnel and lets you in, Selene.
Okay. I'll enter.
Lastly, John, you finally see your guide as the party seems to be thinning just a bit. They are a white dove.
All right, I make eye contact with them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, I'll kind of follow.
They guide you over, and one more time, they create a tunnel, and just like that, as the three of you wander down your own respective tunnels, the music fades slowly till you can't hear it at all. You are in the dark, and you each make it to one of your respective chambers. You can each open your puzzles. And feel free, while the four of you are technically working separately, feel free to tell us what it looks like as you try to decipher these puzzles.
So what I have is I have a circle with a horizontal line bisecting it, next to a circle with a semicircle sitting atop it and a cross sitting below it, all connected at edges. It looks kind of like a little half stick figure with horns, and then a big blank space, and then a triangle with a point pointing up. Based on what I know, the thing that's missing is a circle with a dot in the middle.
And why do you know this?
It's the four symbols of alchemy, because we've been cruising the internet behind the scenes.
Well, you've been studying the texts while you were in the commune, so you certainly know these symbols by heart. At least enough to blend in with the rest of the initiates. You understand
the thing that's missing is the symbol for sun. The first two being salt and mercury, then comes sun, and then finally, I believe that's fire for the fourth one.
Okay. John, you also have the same knowledge of these four symbols. Mm-hmm. And Selene and Ami, you separately have been looking into the four symbols. We have a flashback to you in the bookstore, where we see the two of you finally discovering the fourth and final element and stage of alchemy. Reddening stands for transformation. The awakened matter can now be transformed into another matter of a higher order. Likewise, an awakened soul can transcend humanity and reunite with its source, the God King.
I have, on my puzzle, I have salt or body, quicksilver, and then sun, and I am missing the signal for fire, symbol for fire.
I've got quicksilver, sun, and fire in that order. Missing the first one, salt or body.
I have all of them except for mercury, quicksilver, the second one.
So, what do the four of you do? These are symbols that are on the wall. And the room is completely closed off to you.
What are they on the wall with?
It seems as someone has carved them into the stone face.
I am going to just hold up my hand, and my bracelet will just form into a mist and then solidify as a small blunted dagger, almost chisel-like, and I will carve in a triangle.
A chisel-like dagger, but not a chisel.
Just a blunted dagger.
As soon as you put together this puzzle and you are able to chisel in that last symbol, a opening appears in front of you, and the area where the symbols were has disappeared, and you can walk your way to a guide waiting for you with yellow robes.
Before walking my way through the door, I would have had my bracelet form back into mist and then back into my bracelet.
And I won't extend this part, but the four of you also do probably the same thing. And so before long, you are all in a new chamber.
Together, or
You look around, and yes, you do see the others of the group as they are slowly changing into golden robes. For now, no one has noticed that Ami and Selene were not initiates as far as they're aware. However, I'm going to say, let's see. You find yourselves in what obviously are catacombs, or at least at one point they were. To the sounds of the repetitive Latin chant and the occasional stifled whimper, you make your way through the underground tunnels. The empty eye sockets of 1,000 human skulls embedded in walls follow you mockingly. You pass by torchlit alcoves and see in each other the shuddering body of one of the initiates, shackled to a heavy altar, a boulder, the wall, or a subway car. Passing solemnly from one sacrificial lamb to the next is a procession of robed and hooded cultists carrying a golden basin. As they stop next to a stupefied victim, they chant, and an unearthly crackle roars as the walls are lit with eldritch flames of green glow, showing their long shadows. A moment later, the procession continues its path, a little worse for wear, yet with greater zeal. The four of you are each taken by hand, and you are chained to various parts in the wall, along the wall. Give me one sec. Ami and Lexi. You were separated by one other person who joined you from the rave. And both of you will recognize her immediately. I think this is an appropriate time for a flashback from Lexi, if that's okay with you.
Okay. Is this Ash?
You recognize this woman as Ash.
So, at that holiday party that was mentioned at the beginning of the episode, there is a moment where a young couple walks in, and it's a man. It's a man and what is Ash?
A woman.
What pronouns?
She
does
uses
Ash use?
she her pronouns.
So the man comes up and greets Lexi warmly, and Lexi kind of guides the two of them over, greets the woman, clearly not as familiar with her, and brings Graham over to say hi to the crew. And when we see Graham's face, it's not exactly like looking in a mirror, for Ami. But there is a very close resemblance. Maybe it's in the shape of their nose or the arc of their eyebrow. But Ash sees it very clearly and turns to Graham and says, "You didn't tell me you had a sister." And Graham's like, "No, I've actually, I don't think we've met. Hi, I'm Graham. I'm Lexi's son." And now Ash is, I guess, in between the two of us.
You recognize Ash as one of the other initiates chained up with you. And we watch as the procession moves from person to person. They reach you, Lexi, and they do some chanting. They hold a golden bowl over you, but they do not use it. When they finish their chanting, they move on, and they arrive over the still body of a zealous and excited Ash. You probably haven't seen her at all since around the Thanksgiving holiday. And as they chant, they take a small cup and dip it into the golden basin. A very small amount of liquid, but they pour it onto Ash. And you watch as she lets out what sounds like a both excited, scared, and anguishing cry. You watch as her hair shifts colors from black to gray to white and back to black. You see her form shift, and you see the light around her get darker and then lighten again. And she is transformed. You realize for the first time what the third stage, yellowing, in the Magnum Opus cult can transform a sleeper into a rift. Newly awoken, Ash sees with new eyes and continues chanting the initiate's chant.
Do I get any sense for what her mythos is?
I'll tell you if you can tell me how you would know that.
Yeah, Lexi's I think is, well, she's trying to remember everything that she knows about Ash, which is admittedly the stuff that you would hear in conversation at a, dinner party. But she's also, I think, going to try and see through the mists a little bit.
Okay. If you want to look through the mist, you can feel free to roll for it.
Yeah, here we go.
And let me know what you get. Okay?
Yep. Come on. I hit the button, and you think it goes, and then it doesn't. That's a miss. You can invoke a move against me.
Your investigation exposes you to danger. Your clues are fuzzy, incomplete, or part true, part false. Or someone gets to ask you a question. This feels appropriate. Ash turns to you and looks you deep in the eye. And as you look beyond the mist, you feel that she knows more now that she has a rift than she ought to. She looks into your eyes, and you see stars. And she whispers to you, "He's here. Just you wait." You get the sense that she is using divinatory powers. And as she turns back, she babbles an endless string of esoteric and historical knowledge, math and physics, and she starts rambling on about dozens of topics in a matter of moments. And this feels like an appropriate time when someone in a hooded robe approaches you and goes to unshackle you. And just the barest glimpse of firelight catches that distinctive nose or perhaps cheekbone that you saw in Ami's face that day when you first met Ash. And a man peers down on you and recognizes you. The investigate mixed success. Whoever or whatever you were asking questions can ask one question of you. Sort of appropriate. The question they ask is, "Mom?"
You need to get out of here.
"You shouldn't be here."
I could say the same. This is dangerous, more dangerous than you know.
"No, I am respected here."
You're respected elsewhere. Graham, listen to me. I've been doing this for quite a while. And every time we get to this precipice like this, something goes wrong, and I don't want you getting hurt. This is not what you think it is. These people want to use you, want to control you.
You don't understand. How could you?
Tell me. Talk to me, please.
As this conversation draws out, you see that another group of individuals have grabbed Ash from her chains and are dragging her towards something you're noticing probably for the first time right now. Across the room, Selene and John are also chained and have also been anointed with prayer. But between the two of you is a large open pit. From it, hot white and orange flames fill the basin. And two hooded figures guide Ash, newly awakened, towards the flames. You can hear her over your argument. She is yelling zealous thoughts about rejoining the God King and finally understanding the universe. You hear a Latin chant that, John, you recognize is the entire initiate's chant. Life-giving Father, I follow the thread of the mystic spider through your labyrinth of lies to join you in the Holy of Holies. When my body rots, I will be absolved. My spirit is washed by quicksilver. My soul becomes luminous as the sun. I burn to unite with your sacred flame. I have become God on earth. The moment she touches the flames, They do not seem to burn her. But she seems like she's connected with something higher. She lets out a long, deep breath and walks out the other side with something new in her eyes. She's led away by two of the other cultists, and you see one of them collecting some ichorous substance on the edge of the pit. Why did you come here, Mom? What are you doing here?
She's going to stare directly at Graham and whisper two words. Mortem regibus. Death to kings. And she's going to tear the chains off of the wall and break them.
Okay.
And I think this is a stop holding back.
Okay, I'm okay with this. How are you using your powers in new ways, though?
Feel
free to narrate it however you like.
Yeah. Not only is she going to be super strong, she is going to be... She's going to be the hunter that fades into the wild. She is going to be one with like the natural surfaces of this cavern. Every flicker of the light, every shadow is somewhere that she could step out from. She is almost going to be incorporeal. If the chains are so strong that she cannot break them, she simply slides out of them as if they never bound her.
And what do you do with this new power? Or what is your intention?
I leap between the light and the shadow. I move with blinding speed, disorienting people nearby. And I am going to try and break that pillar of white flame, or whatever is drawing it to life.
So you need to roll Stop Holding Back. When you use your powers in a new and never before seen way or scale, tell the MC what you hope to achieve. The MC will tell you the sacrifice it will take from you. Then roll plus logos. On a hit, you achieve exactly what you wanted to achieve and pay the price. I will say this feels like a significant Stop Holding Back. So please roll plus logos.
Okay. I am going to, well, I guess I don't need to do that in this case. Do you not want to tick it up one? From significant to no return?
I was considering it, but I feel like what would be... I'll let you narrate this. What are the consequences if you go all the way to no return?
Lexi has to work to exist. It's a kind of disappearing that it's not that she's totally invisible to regular people anymore. It's just that she's so hard to notice that if she's not making an effort to connect with somebody, it's like she's not even there.
I like the drama behind this. You can go for it. So no return, Stop Holding Back.
Cool. Here we go.
Lexi, you've rolled an 11 on a no return, Stop Holding Back. On a 10 plus, mark fade or crack and burn all the power tags on one theme. You do, however, get to do exactly as you said. So I want you to narrate how this scene either starts or ends. Whatever you see is happening when you really stop holding back.
Yeah, we see. So thus far, Lexi's like rift powers have been this sort of shadow following her, and now we see the like stand is not a stand anymore. If we're using JoJo terms, it is enveloping her, and we see the helmet of the warrior over, and it is her helmet almost. It's still that like ghostly incorporeal thing, but she's wearing like furs and pelts and chainmail. And she goes to break the shackles, but they just fall off. And I think Graham tries to reach out and grab her, and she is already gone. The flicker of a lantern giving her the opportunity to move away. And what did that area with the white flame look like?
It's you are basically in a large chamber, and so it's the middle of the room. There's just a fire pit in the middle of the room filled with ungodly flames.
She is suddenly on the far side of the brazier, and I think it's just like an enormous punch into the ground, cracking it like feet across. Like there's a crevice now, and the fire just falls down what seems like infinity.
So if you do this, you are going to be swarmed with a bunch of cult disciples.
I feel like John would do something to try and like back her up at this point.
Do you do anything to help free anyone who's down here or not?
Who am I near?
I think that's... Oh,
Lexi, sorry.
Are you asking me or are you asking John?
Yep, I'm trying to see where this scene, what happens right in this scene.
I think Lexi would, like, as soon as the crack has been made, is already moving on to pull the chains off the walls.
If this is all happening, Selene would have already, like, bladed up and started slicing away at chains of herself and everyone here.
So we see the newly transformed hulking mass of Lexi's true power as she rips apart the chamber down here.
It's not a hulking mass.
Oh, okay.
She's strong, right? She's superhumanly strong.
Mm-hmm.
But she is she's like Wonder Woman-y. Do you know what I mean? But like if Wonder Woman could become nearly invisible.
Okay.
So it's ultra stealth Wonder Woman energy.
Like a shadowed warrior.
Yes.
We see the warrior figure of Lexi's true form as it rips apart chains and starts to destroy this cavern. From all sides, disciples rush at you. So I think this is time for some fight music. A rush of individuals in red cloaks come at you. They all have, they pull off their cloaks, and on their chest and back and neck and anywhere that's exposed, you see alchemical symbols that have been emblazoned on their skin. And quickly, they all start to use hand motions and create and start transforming the room around you. I'm gonna need all of you to roll face danger, please.
Are we still able to utilize our tags if appropriate?
Oh yeah, always.
Hey, Proper, would you describe this cave as kind of damp?
We're certainly quite a few stories underground. You can use that.
Nope.
Mommy got a 15.
Sean got a 9.
15, wow. Give me 1 second.
Lexi got a 10.
Did anyone fail yet?
Actually, I should have gotten a 9 because I didn't burn all the tags on a single theme.
I think 9s are all mild successes, which I think is the lowest.
Yeah, good job. So, I'll go in order for my own sake. Selene, you see a burst of fire hurtle towards you as soon as you rip the chains off the wall and prepare yourself. You face danger and rolled in. What did you roll for your face danger? You are muted.
13.
13. You found off the effect. Take no status at all. So how does it look like when you deflect this burst of fire coming at you?
Hold on, I toggled off sound for a second. What was that?
How does it? You deflect this burst of flame coming towards you. What does it look like when you do that?
If I'm going to slice off chains and someone comes to me, I am instantly going to just switch from like long sharp blade to almost like a flat-sided double axe that almost acts like a shield.
And so the fire burns into the side of Excalibur, but rushes around you as you're protected. Beside you, you see someone attack Ami. Ami, let's see. A surge of water is pulled down from an aquifer and is blasted towards you. You rolled a great success. So, what does it look like when you are? What does it look like? How do you avoid this splash, this hurling of water?
Yeah. So, I would probably assume Ami would, since nobody has necessarily unattached her from her chain, so she is still holding on. To some degree, kind of like winged booted movements. It's probably gonna look very matrixy, of her like kind of just like climbing up the side of the wall in an attempt to like nope, and then like trying to just kind of like surf her way over top of it. Like let's not today.
Okay.
But not realizing, but still holding on to the chain and like kind of even using that as leverage.
You sense it's coming before they even know even though they are throwing it, and you are able to ride it out. However, Father John, Let's see. Someone has shaped a brick of iron straight from the earth and is hurtling it towards your head. You rolled a 9, so you're going to take the status -1 tier. You're going to get crushed 2 as it smacks into your gut and holds you down beneath those chains. Lexi, you're still in warrior mode, but you did roll a 9. You said, correct?
I was wrong unless I. Basically, if I can apply the crack and burn to something that has already had all of its power tags burned, then it's a 10.
Okay.
Which
I
is
don't
a
really know
very
what you mean, but
fiddly
that's
rules
fine.
thing. Okay. Then it's a 10.
What I'm going to say is that... Oh, you guys are 10, so yeah. So someone attempts to hurl some phosphorus hot acid at you, and you quickly disappear from the light and reappear next to them without even being touched by it. Now it is your turn. Feel free to go in any order you like. How do you take down these cultists? John? Oh, sorry. It looked like you were trying to say something.
Am I still chained, or...?
Unless someone wants to clarify that they're not.
No, I would have sliced anyone's chains. I'm just going through. Slicing, blocking. Celine's a little bit battle mode right now. Her weapon is changing rapidly from like mace to sword to defensive, like using that axe as like a shield against any attacks.
Okay, we'll say you take your turn freeing the rest of your party. Do you also free other initiates?
Yes. However, if anyone, I've got bullshit detector, and if anyone has a little bit too crazy eyes, I'm gonna leave them for now. Because I don't need people coming right up behind me stabbing me the moment I undo them.
We'll say there's a few who are a little bit too zealous, but 1 or 2 of them do get out and they run away.
Okay.
Anyone else? So, John, you've been freshly freed from your shackles.
I guess he goes to attack. Is Ami free?
Yep.
Okay. I guess he just kind of goes and like tackles any other cultists that are like looking to start shit either with Ami or Lexi or Selene.
Okay. What's your goal?
To buy them enough time to accomplish whatever it is that they're trying to accomplish without getting hit. Or without being attacked, I guess.
It feels like you're trying to go toe-to-toe, if you wouldn't mind rolling for me.
Sure.
You state your goal as trying to prevent them from hurting others, and we'll see what happens.
Can I make this argument for the power tag with always watching our backs? Can I make that as me trying to watch their backs?
That's appropriate. Go for it.
Okay. And go to toe-to-toe, is it right?
This music has the longest pause. It's really unhelpful. Yes.
That's an 8, a mild
8.
success.
So mild success.
Oh wait, do I take 2 because of the crushed store tag, or?
Oh yeah,
take a -2.
That might be a 6 because you still have the crush tag. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I'm sure is not any kind of success.
Yeah, you fail that. You hurl yourself towards one of them, but you feel your bone, your ribs kind of give in as you try to stand up, and you end up falling to the side, giving one of them a direct path towards one of your teammates. Ami, what do you want to do?
She is going to utilize some of her tags and in an attempt to kind of like, because she is not built for combat, in kind of a more defensive or maybe offensive maneuver, she is going to attempt to snatch the scarf off of Lexi's form.
So has a neck. Like,
okay, all right.
There's a shape, and she can make herself visible to you.
Okay.
I don't think she would be hiding. From
It's
you.
still Lexi, but
Yeah.
like Lexi
Silhouette.
plus.
Lexi.
Lexi improved.
In an attempt to just kind of like snatch that off of them without like interrupting the fights, so that she can prep an exit when everyone feels appropriate and when we have everybody around, if that makes sense, so that we can find the thread out of here, because I don't know that we can visibly see any exits.
Good idea. So as soon as you pull the scarf off of Lexi, you'll find that you have in one hand a single thread, and it has unwound itself down the corridor and around the corner, showing you a direct way to get out of here. Last but not least, our warrior, Grendel's mother. What are you doing?
I am. Can I see Professor Clay?
No, Professor Clay is no longer around here.
Okay. I think Lexi is working very hard not to hurt these cultists as she like bats them away. And I think what she's going to do is maybe try to cover their exit. I think that would mean changing the game.
Okay, that feels appropriate. Yeah,
Create like a
to create a story
partial
tag.
cave in between us and the create a story tag between us and the cultists.
It feels appropriate. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, so she's gonna change the game. Did that go?
Yep.
Okay. What did I get?
10 from it looks like.
Perfect.
Huzzah!
Yeah, so I create as we follow Ami out, Lexi kind of looks at there is like an archway built into the exit that we're taking, and Lexi just like jumps up and smashes the keystone out of place, caving in that section of the tunnel behind us. So the story tag I want to create is Cave in 3.
Okay.
Can I ask, where is Graham right now?
Presumably he got lost in the mess of the cultists, or he is one of the cultists.
I feel like upon realizing that was her son, that was Graham, because I would have met him at the party, I feel like I'm gonna just be very much, while I'm going around unlocking everyone, I'm going to make sure that he is getting out.
Okay.
Because I feel like she's not really... She's battle mode right now, and I'm trying to care for her future feelings.
It's valid. 1 second.
And to be clear, I'm not trying to collapse the entire cavern. I'm trying to collapse. I'm being terrifyingly calculated and collapsing this route out so that they have to find another way.
What I'll say is I'll give you a head start. However, these are cultists who can shape Earth themselves. So what I'm gonna do for Selene, you can do it whichever way you prefer. But you can either face danger to pull Graham out before the tunnel collapses, or you can use convince to convince him to come with you before you guys escape. Not really retconning, but sort of like restructuring how the scene worked.
I understand that this is a cult thing and he seems to have been maybe taken in a little bit, so I am not going to waste time trying to convince him. My my bracelet will mist up and then form into a silver type of whip, and I am going to face danger to whip around him and just yank him down out of the way towards where he can go to safety.
Feel free to use any relevant. You definitely succeed then. So all I'll say is that you were able to get that whip around him and pull him in just as the tunnel collapses. And before you know it, the five of you are running.
Imagine John a little slower than the others.
Probably.
Lexi would get under him.
Ami would attempt to utilize her speed and space-time warping to help everybody get extra speed, but you would have to probably be within her, either like to hold on to her maybe, or at least to be near her wake to kind of feel the effects of the runoff. Kind of like when you're running cross country, or if you're running distance and you draft off of somebody, and it's easier for you because they're taking all the energy first. And I was thinking about utilizing that as like an action. I don't know the words in this game for that, but
Change the game, maybe?
yeah, I mean, we could do that.
I mean, in this game specifically, I will always honor cool creative ideas over generic game moves. But tell me what you want to achieve, and I'll let you know what that is mechanically.
Yeah, I mean, Ami wearing like this ball gown, like kind of goofy outfit would probably like rip off part of the underskirting or like whatever's underneath, and just kind of like yell back to people like hold on tight, and like have them grab a hold of that, and then again using that kind of like winged boot idea of her moving very quickly but having a trail of people in her drafted area so that it's easier for them to move, as if they're kind of like walking on air, whereas she's physically like taking off, but they don't have to necessarily worry about the actual act of getting out of there.
What? Okay, so I will say one thing real fast. Since this is a way that you are using your power that I've not seen before, and it's not quite controlled by one of your tags, this might be a stop holding back. If you want to get everyone out safely, that would be your goal, and this is how your powers would manifest. Do you want to do that?
Okay, so this is where I am a bad player. Because the stop holding back, the way that I understand it, and this might need clarification at another time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do anything that risks. Ami would not do anything currently to risk losing her abilities to utilize those tags. Does that make sense? Because those tags are important to her taking care of her grandmother. So
stop holding back isn't necessarily permanent. So
Okay.
I would say, well, sometimes it is. I would say that if you want to do this would be a significant stop holding back.
That's the safest one.
Okay. Okay. That's fine.
Because you are using them in a way that kind of fits the narrative, but you're not like changing your life forever this way.
The worst that can happen here is you mark, crack, and burn all of the power tags on that theme, but that just means that you have to spend some time resting to get those burnt tags back.
Okay, so I was understanding it incorrectly. I was under the impression that you don't get it back. Okay, yeah, then I will do it that way. I'm okay with however, yeah.
So you're gonna roll 2d6 plus 2 for your two logos.
Sure. Isn't that...
And let me know how you roll. So you would
2d6
roll
plus 2. That was an 8.
an 8. On a 7 and a 9, you're going to mark, fade, or crack and burn all the power tags on one theme. So you're going to burn them for now. That does not mean they are gone forever. But choose which theme you're going to burn them on. I would say it makes most sense to burn them on the theme book that matches that power set you're trying to use.
Yes. Yep.
And then you also mark fade or crack on that theme book as well. And so you're saying that they will have the ability to glide through the air, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so I don't know. Again, this is like a weird reference, but like there's something called drafting when you're running behind somebody who is taking the brunt of it. Like when I would do it on distance running, the first person, and we would all stack ourselves behind that person. So in Ami's head, she's like making sure they are behind her, and she is doing the actual physical act. So like they're still moving their legs and having to move.
But you are amplifying their ability to get out of here as fast as possible.
Correct.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So what I think happens here is you give the power of speed from your mythos to the other members of the party. However, what I will say is that when you reach an exit to this tunnel, Graham does not follow with you and stands at the edge and watches as the four of you flee.
Lexi turns back and looks at him. Graham, please, I need you to trust me. This person's manipulating you, trying to take these gifts from us somehow and use them to their own ends. It's not what he's telling you it is. I've seen it happen before.
Okay. Roll the most tense convince roll you've ever rolled.
Okay.
Is there any way that we can assist with this, or?
If you've got help points for me, you can give me +1s.
I've got 4 help on you.
I've got 1.
If you want, tell me how much you want to use.
I will use all 4.
Oh, okay.
I'll use at least 1.
So to be fair,
I want you to be successful. Like Selene wants you to be successful in this.
Okay,
narratively, you are
here's
going
the
to.
thing.
Narratively, you're going to add a story tag to this roll, so I'm going to need to know how you do it to assist the roll. What argument you make, or what forces you control.
I think what
The
what
more
Lexi
narrative, the
lays
better.
out- Yeah. Lexi is laying out all of the things that she's seeing. I watched with clear eyes as he pulled the water from their lungs. He just wanted them to believe in the cause more. There is ichor that they're pulling out of these people. And I've seen this transfer of power happen. John's family came back for a day, for weeks, to suck power out of him and to give it to somebody else. Somebody is trying to amass this power, and I think this is the moment where like she grabs Selene's hand firmly. We're trying to stop it. And she like holds out a hand towards Graham. I don't want to leave you behind. I don't want them to hurt you or take away what you have. But we have to be careful.
Selene and John.
I am holding Lexi's hand, but very warmly. Like, and I will even scoot in on her and put like an arm around her waist and just look at Graham.
To add narrative weight behind that, I think that like we maybe get a flashback of like Lexi raising Graham on her own, and Graham's little, like maybe at a very precocious age, and he asks like, "Mommy, why aren't you married to anybody?" And Lexi says, well, because there was somebody I was in love with, and we couldn't be together. And I trusted that I'd be able to take care of you all on my own. And maybe there will be somebody someday. But for now, it's just you and me. Now eat your cereal. And we cut back to the moment that we're in.
Feel free to roll for me. Unless anyone has any last things to say.
So I heard 4 + 1 from my peanut gallery. Mm-hmm. And it's a convince, right?
Correct.
Just checking to see if there's anything else. No, nothing else really makes sense. Okay, here we go. That's an 18, baby!
Yeah, I'd say that works. He trusts you implicitly and holds your hand and lets you guide him out of the tunnel and away from the cult. And I think that's an appropriate place to end this particular episode. So I think, unless we have any last minute scenes we'd like to see, you can give your outros, let us know what you're going to be in, and tell us what your character does at the end of this particular episode.
I guess in order of overlay. Hi, I'm Luke Locke, and tonight I played Selene Caliburn, Excalibur. And I am not in anything until this weekend, where I am in a whole bunch of stuff, including the Return of Dark Echoes, this month's Murder and Coffee, and also a DM Roundtable on another channel that I do not have the link for right now, but keep an eye out on my Twitter, and I will post it. And then that's it for me for a little while.
I was gonna say, when is Arnor back?
The 16th is, yep, and then Arnor is on the 16th. So yeah, busy weekend, but on to Chrissy.
Oh, do you want to say anything? Any last comments about what Selene does at the end of this, during the credits or whatnot?
I don't know. That scene got me a little choked up because, like, I feel like Vermin perfectly understood what I was trying to do. It is really nice seeing. There's something about seeing your parents happy, loved, and supported that is really strengthening. So I'm glad it worked on Graham.
Do you want to co-narrate a scene in a second? Cool.
Chrissy, let's do you first.
Yeah, I'm Chrissy. I played Ami Ortelia. She is eyeballing Graham suspiciously. Not in a bad way, in a confused and very confused way. But where can you find me? You can find me tomorrow here, same place, for Oath Sworn, our Odyssey of the Dragon Lords campaign, and then again on Thursday for Tyranny of Dragons, Queen's Gambit. That's where you can find me. Other than that, join the Discord, have some fun, chit chat with us, and next up, Lexi.
Hi, y'all. I'm Legendary Vermin. You can find me as Legendary Vermin on all the places on the internet that matter, which is, of course, Itch, Twitch, and Twitter. I make games. Go check them out on Itch. If you're ever curious what I'm doing, you can go to legendaryvermin.com/live, and you can find my full streaming schedule. The big highlights are next Wednesday, Hubris of Man, episode 4 is coming out. That is our ongoing TPK live stream of the Alien RPG by Free League Publishing, doing a Colonial Marines campaign. It's super cool, super fun. We have great banter. Please come by. And then the Saturday of that week, January 22nd, starting at 4 p.m., I'm going to be on Neon Lights Roleplay, where I'm going to be participating in Against the Light, which is a Game of Thrones inspired campaign of intrigue, warfare, and perhaps even romance. I'm going to be playing a big harpy. I hope to have an outrageous prosthesis prepared for that. So get excited for more costumed nonsense. That's going to be DM'd by Foxy. Super excited to start that limited run. And next month on Valentine's Day, I'm going to be doing a special Valentine's game right here on TPK. It's going to be really exciting. I'm going to be a skeleton again, so come back for that if you like me as a skeleton. The scene that I think we get is an exterior shot of of Selene's brownstone, and it pans kind of through a dining room that's going unused but fully lit into a kitchen, where there are the three of them, Selene and Graham and Lexi, kind of standing around the kitchen talking, and it's a serious talk, and you know, some of them are holding like bags of ice to parts of them, but Lexi is explaining what's been going on with her and with Selene for the last few months. And I think at the end of that, chime in, Luca, if there's anything you feel like needs to be added here. But like, we get a shot of like Graham coming in for an embrace between Selene and Lexi. And then somebody walks by the window outside, and we see a telephone pole with a picture of Ash and a bunch of little tabs along the bottom, and it says, "Have you seen this woman?"
I'm going to add one thing to that story, Vermin, if you're okay with that.
Hit me.
Graham reveals a bit of family drama about certain requests or demands by other members of your family that Graham joined the family business. What information does he what has your family requested of Graham?
They asked him, they didn't ask him to do something. He was short on cash and they offered him a job. And it on the surface seemed like a pretty reasonable above board job where he a couple nights a week goes to a warehouse downtown and he moves boxes. And it didn't occur to him that it was anything weird. The boxes were heavy, but that's moving things in a warehouse. Until he was closing up late one night and he saw his uncle standing over one of the crates, and it was open, and there was a collection of rifles in it. And that's when he realized what he had been doing was helping sell illegal arms in the city.
Okay. Knowing this, they try to convince him to join them. And that is what he reveals to you in this moment before we see Ash's posters. Last but not least, John, how are you doing? Where are we going to see you? And any last scenes you want to see?
Hey everyone, it's Ikash York here, playing Father John, aka Job. I think the next time you're going to see me is next month, unless I'm able to sneak my way into another show somewhere. Otherwise, keep an eye out for me coming up. We got some new shows coming out. Specifically, maybe look out in March as a variant of shows start coming out. And in the meantime, you can find me elsewhere. I'm on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, all under ekash.org, or you can find me on the Discord, just kind of cracking jokes and dropping memes. And as for what John's doing, I think after this and like everyone gets home, he just kind of heads home himself and just gets a big old bag of frozen peas out of the freezer and just collapses in bed, clutching it to his chest.
Okay. With that, the credits roll, and slowly but surely, a new scene unfolds. And it is a flashback to Ami strolling through the bookstore. She turns a corner and sees that Selene is no longer in sight. She pulls a book from the bookshelf, and behind it is a squat, chubby man looking through his own book Ami. This man looks at you and clearly says, "Hello, Miss Ortelia."
I suspiciously.
My name is Fadi Malek. I work for the City Memorial Library.
Yeah, okay.
What do you know about Corbin Payne?
Not a lot, surprisingly, but I'd like to know more.
I can tell you more, but only if you prove yourself as worthy.
Oh.
The weighing of the heart is the only one true test, but be warned, if you fail, you'll be marked for death and your soul consumed. Search your soul and cleanse your darkness. Do not come unprepared. Good night, Miss Ortelia. And as he moves past you, he disappears from sight, and you stumble as you step over a large lizard. And as soon as you do, you stumble back into the sight of Selene. And both he and the animal are gone. And in fact, you don't even know how he got to that side of the bookcase. But Selene gives you a strange look, and the scene fades to black as you look everywhere for this man. Good night, everyone.